going through prayer, introductions, and the objectives, and we're going to do that. I request the organizers to please put the objectives on the screen, and thereafter we will move straight into the second session. The opening session will be, we will have it after our first session, because we are waiting for our chief guest, who has promised that he will be here in about 30 minutes time. So for us not to lose time on this very important seminar, we are going to go straight into the business. And for that session, it will be chaired by Dr. John Sekamate. But that session that you see starting at 11 is the one we are going to start with after our prayer introduction and objectives. So I request for a volunteer to lead us in a word of prayer to bless this meeting. A volunteer, please. Okay, thank you. Please stand up, and a microphone is going to find its way to you.
Let's humble ourselves and pray. Almighty Father, we thank you for this day. We thank you that you've enabled us to be here. We thank you that it is your will. It is by your will that we are here today. Father, bless this seminar. Bless each and everything that is going to be discussed here, that it may all be done according to your glory and for your glory. In Jesus' name we've prayed.
Amen. Thank you very much. So we'll move into the introductions. I request we start from the front row. And when we go into our welcome session, I'll also make special introductions of the panelists that will be part of that panel. But for now, for us to get to know one another, I request you mention your name and the institution or organization where you're coming from and the work that you do briefly. About half a minute or a third of a minute for each person. Thank you. We'll start with you, sir.
Thank you. My name is Martin Dahinden. I'm a former Swiss diplomat and head of the Swiss Cooperation Organization, and now I'm member of the board of the World Demographic Forum.
My name is Manuel Buchmann. I am the research director of the WDA, the World Demographic and Aging Forum. My background is in economics. I hold a PhD from the University of Switzerland in economics and demography.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Hans Groth. I'm the chairman of the World Demographic and Aging Forum from Switzerland, and I'm happy and pleased to be here for the third time in Uganda, and looking for a great meeting on linking demography to wealth creation. And a few words about myself. I'm a medical doctor, still working in medical. In addition, I'm becoming every day increasingly an expert in questions of global demography and development. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. Omoa Samuel. My name, I am the Director of Monitoring and Evaluation, and also holding the fort for Director General, National Population.
Yeah. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is John Sekamate, a population and development consultant.
Thank you, Professor Florence Mirembe. I'm the Vice Chair of the National Population Council in Uganda. Otherwise, I'm a Dean of School of Medicine at King's Caesar University. And I must mention that I'm an obstetrician and gynecologist.
Yes, good morning, everyone. My name is Gerard Koraneza. I'm a programs manager at Population and Social Development Institute. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'm Luana Charleston from Chamberlain University. It's a university where we run a program in demography and reproductive health. Thank you so much.
Ube from UNFPA.
Good morning, Alan Kalam, District Planner, DLG.
My name is Phillips Dixon Okello, District Planner, Apache District Local Government.
Good morning, Beth Kwagala, Lecturer, Department of Population Studies, Makerere University.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Zoe Juliet Tembo. I work with National Population Council.
Good morning. Hilary Bionabe, second year student, Population Studies, Makerere University.
Good morning to everyone. I'm Wisingoma Emmanuel, pursuing a bachelor's degree in demography and reproductive health, a finalist at Camberwell University. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Naomi Frances Awidi, a student of Bachelor in Demography and Reproductive Health, third year at Camberwell University.
Everyone, I'm Patiana Verina Ambita, a student at Camberwell University, pursuing a bachelor's degree in demography and reproductive health.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Nantalo Eva, a student of Camberwell University, pursuing a bachelor's degree in demography and reproductive health in third year.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Namuli Patience, a third year student at Makerere University, doing a bachelor's degree in studies.
Morning. My name is Agasha Rebecca. I'm doing social studies at Makerere University.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. My name is Ahimizuge Barnabas, doing Master of Science in Population and Demography, Makerere University.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Chelsea Mahilda, pursuing bachelor's degree in demography and reproductive health, Camberwell University.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Akamumpa Bibian, doing bachelor's in population studies at Makerere University, first year.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Bukenya Philemon. I'm a student in year 1, doing a Bachelor of Science in Population Studies at Makerere University.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Tina Aleva. I work with Action for Health Uganda.
Morning. Peter Amboizi is my name. I'm a student of Camberwell University, pursuing a bachelor's degree in demography and reproductive health. Thank you.
Morning. Emmanuel Mutewo Wamanje, second year student, demography and reproductive health, Camberwell University. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Atwaire Jemima. I'm doing a master's degree in population and reproductive health. Okay.
Good morning. My name is Noah Mugisha. I'm a student at Makerere University, pursuing Bachelor of Science in Population Studies.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Badru Mariam, a master's student of population and reproductive health from Makerere University.
Morning, friends. My name is Benon Kwitonda. I work with Kabale District as district statistician. Thank you.
We are Niona Kasekende. I work with Regenerate as gender health and in demography and, but I'm also pursuing public capacity.
Yes, morning everyone. My name is Adule Kefa. I'm the district planner Arua.
Good morning. I'm called Emmanuel Ajobe, the IT officer for Terego District Local Government, sitting for District Planner. Thank you.
My name is Moini Fred, district planner from Germany District Local Government.
My name is Patrick Robakene, planner Amuru District Local Government.
My name is Abel Nzabana. I am a demographer and senior research fellow, Center for Basic Research.
My name is Dennis Busobozi. I'm the district planner, Chegegwa District Local Government.
Good morning. I am Atwere Innocent, district planner, Kanungu.
Good morning to you all. Dixon Bamsime is my name, and I'm the head of planning and budgeting in Busheng District. Thank you.
Good morning to you all. I'm Nantongo Lydia, planner, Kalong District Local Government.
Good morning. My name is Amanda Joan Julian Mary Banura. I'm from the Uganda Youth Alliance for Family Planning and Adolescent Health, and also the Youth Focal Point Family Planning 2030.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Don Zen Mwanguzi from Also Mind Speaks, representing SRHR integration in mental health.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am Tony Selwujo, Senior Planner of my district local government.
Good morning, Chigundu.
Good morning, Owin Felix, District Planner, Tororo.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Adam Asingwire, graduate from Makerere University.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Tumhanyo Julius, a research and policy analyst at Population and Social Development Institute.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Imol Deborah Oyugi. I work with Uganda Youth Alliance Family Planning and Adolescent Health.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Deogratius Wakurash. I'm an undergraduate student of Demography and Reproductive Health of Shambogo University.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Aleso Shivon from National Population Council.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Ndugwa Joash Sabuguru from Naguru Youth Health Network.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Laketra Sigres, a student at Chambogo University, doing a bachelor's in demography and reproductive health.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Agoa Maren from Chambogo University, doing bachelor in demography and reproductive health.
Good morning, everyone. Christopher Kanyemibwa, student, Chambogo University, pursuing demography and reproductive.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Otim Jude, an assistant lecturer at the Department of Sociology, Anthropology and Population Studies at Chambogo University. Sorry.
Good morning, everyone. Hello. Hi, Stella. John Mushom is my name. I am from the Department of Population Studies, Makerere University.
I'm Florence Mpavlo Chitagola from UNFPA.
Good morning. I'm Alfred Kato, the Senior Planner, Maracha District.
Hello, my name's Tim Bryan Joseph. I do work with Sonnet and also a digital trade expert with the East African Business Council.
Good morning all. My name is Asime Bridget, Team Leader Path for Health Uganda and CDC HYW Program Associate. Thank you.
Good morning everyone. I'm Sadat Zaga Ziwa. I work for Ngabo Youth Friendly Services Center, but at the same time I'm the chairperson for the National Youth Advocacy Platform.
Good morning. Good morning. I can't hear you. It's coming out. I'm Raymond Rioka. I am the team leader for Yadnet Uganda, and we are happy to be here.
Morning to you all. I'm Isaac Wembabazi, M&E lead at Yadnet Uganda. Thank you.
Morning everyone. My name is Derek Bugembe. I work with National Population Council as a research assistant.
Good morning everyone. I'm called Bereti Jennifer from CARE, my researcher. Thank you.
Okay, has everybody introduced themselves? Please introduce yourself. I think there are two ladies who came in late, and then
good morning everyone. My name is Dr. Patricia Nduga from the Department of Population Studies.
Okay. Dr. Allen, please introduce yourself. There's a microphone right next to you.
All right, thank you so much. Trying to catch my breath. Good morning, everyone. I am Dr. Allen Kabagenya, Senior Lecturer, Department of Population Studies, Makerere University. Thank you.
Yes, good morning, everyone. I am called Ronald Ibarigea, the District Planner, Mayuge.
Okay, thank you so much for the introductions. Like I said, there will be a special session, the opening session, where I will introduce I will introduce the panel, and I have received some guidance that after this the introduction session and the objectives, we should move into our opening, and when the chief guest comes or when the minister joins, he will be able to speak to us at that time when he comes in. So I'm delighted that we have quite a colorful assembly of participants today. The room is filled with doctors, professors, experts in demography. We have research fellows. We have program officers. We have students. We have planners, and we also have district local government leaders. And today we have about 10 districts that have honored our invitation. I want us to give them a special hand clap, and I request they all stand up. Just we want to recognize you. Please stand up, representatives from the districts, and thank you so much for coming for this this seminar. So I want to request the panel that is going to be part of the opening session to move up. I want to request the representative of UNFPA, please move up to the, I don't know what that is called, but please move up there. I would like to request the Vice Chairperson of the National Population Council to move up. I'd like to request the representative of Makerere University, We've been told the Vice Chancellor has a representative. Then we have the Acting Director General, National Population Council. And then we would like to have the team leader from the World Demography and Aging Forum. If you could also take your seat up there. The representative from Makerere University. Okay, I've been advised they are not yet here. So I now have the pleasure of inviting the Acting Director General of the National Population Council, Mr. Samuel Samson Omwa, to, he will take us through the session where we are going to have the mini opening as we wait for our minister. So Mr. Omwa, you're welcome.
Thank you, our program director this morning, the vice chairperson, National Population Council, the deputy representative, United Nations Fund for Population, and the representative of the World Demographic Forum and Aging, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I take this opportunity to welcome all of you to this second Demographic Dividend Seminar, where we have gathered to explore the critical linkage between demography and wealth creation. It's a pleasure to see a diverse group of participants, including experts, policymakers, scholars, and advocates, all united by our shared commitment to unlocking the potential of our population for sustainable prosperity. In the first demographic dividend, we explored the terrain of Uganda's demographic evolution and progress towards harnessing the demographic dividend. We look at the demographic transition around the world. We explored what is needed to capture our demographic dividend, highlighting successes and failures. We also probed into the relationship between demography and the economy. Based on the evidence we examined, our absolute resolve was that failure is not an option. We must cultivate, mold, harness, and capture the demographic dividend for this country. Our guest, the theme for this discussion is linking demography and wealth creation. And before we go into the detailed session, allow me to express my gratitude to each of you for being here. Your presence signifies your dedication to this cause and recognition of the profound impact of demographic factors on our economic well-being and development, particularly the wealth creation efforts. Our guest, the theme for this seminar is linking demography to wealth creation, and it captures the very essence of the demographic dividend concept, with a focus on harnessing the first demographic dividend, and we shall be highlighting the potential economic benefits of a favorable demographic structure especially when the country's working age population is larger than the dependent population. There is an opportunity for increased productivity, innovation, and economic growth. It is an economic surplus that comes as a result of a relative increase in the employed working age population compared to the dependents, particularly the young under 15 years. However, realizing the demographic dividend requires strategic policies, investment in critical areas such as education, health, employment, and social protection. It is not simply a result of population numbers, but rather a consequence of a well-planned and inclusive development strategies. Our day two sub-theme for this seminar is capturing demographic opportunities for Uganda's public policies. We'll shed more light into this. Throughout this discussion, we will also examine various facets of the theme. On day one, we will focus our discussion on demographic knowledge as a supporting tool to develop advanced aspiration of our nation. I have already mentioned that we shall explore avenues for capturing demographic opportunities for Uganda's public policies on day two. And lastly, on day three, we will examine the demographic changes and the Agenda 2030, the UN Sustainable Development Goals, especially opportunities and risks till 2040, and explore how to mitigate these risks collectively. I encourage you to actively engage in this session, share your knowledge, exchange ideas with your fellow participants. This seminar is a platform for a robust dialogue, learning, and networking. I am confident that the insights and connections you gain here will have a lasting impact on your work and our collective pursuit for a better future. As we do this, let's remember that the demographic dividend is not just a theoretical concept. It has real world implications, and our deliberations can pave the way for evidence-based policies, innovative programs, and collaborative efforts that will enhance the well-being of our society and the economy. Our guest of honor, as I conclude, I want to express my optimism for the transformative potential of the knowledge and ideas that will emerge from this seminar. Let us embark on this journey of exploration and discovery with enthusiasm and a shared commitment to cultivate, mold, harness, and capture the demographic dividend for the prosperity of our nation. I thank all of you for being here and wish all of us a productive and enlightening seminar. Without further ado, our dear guest of honor, I am honored to invite the Deputy Representative, UNFPA, to come and make his opening remarks. Sir, you are most welcome.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. So it's unfortunate, I think we have to start in the absence of the guest of honor. Nevertheless, I truly hope the guest of honor, the Honorable Minister, will be able to join us shortly. So let me start by recognizing, first of all, the Honorable Amos Lugolobi, Minister of Finance, Plan, Economic Development, represented in absentia, nevertheless, by Honorable Aruna Kasula Cheyuna, Minister of State for Microfinance and State Enterprise. I don't see any representatives from the Dutch Embassy. Nevertheless, let me really recognize the Ambassador of the Netherlands, Her Excellency Karen Boven,
who was supposed to be represented by the First Secretary, Dr. Hans Groth, the chairperson of the board of the World Demographic and Aging Forum, members of parliament here present, the Director General of the National Population Council, Dr. Jotham Musinguzi, represented by my colleague Samuel, representatives from the various government sectors, from the district authorities, religious leaders, cultural leaders, young people, members of the academia, all protocols observed. A pleasant morning. I would like to start by really commending the government of Uganda and the National Population Council in particular for organizing the second demographic dividend seminar in Uganda. I'd like to borrow the words of Samuel. You know, the demographic dividend is not only a theoretical concept, it's certainly a concept that has many practical implications, especially on countries like Uganda. I would really like to commend this partnership between the World Demographic and Aging Forum, Makerere University, the Department of Population Studies, the National Population Council, and us really to foster this experience and knowledge sharing on harnessing the demographic dividend. It is really through such a learning and exchange opportunities that we find really avenues to help advance the conversation around the demographic dividend here in Uganda. The theme of this seminar, as has been said, is linking demography to wealth creation. This theme, of course, comes at a very opportune time when the country has embarked on the implementation of the parish development model, which aims at getting 39% of the population out of poverty and incorporated in the money economy. Ladies and gentlemen, as you all know, Uganda has a young population with over 76% of the population aged 30 years and below. Realizing, of course, a demographic dividend under those circumstances requires multiple investments targeting young people. The most essential of these are building the capabilities of people and ensuring their rights and freedoms to achieve their potential. Young people need the chance to gain education and experience to succeed in a competitive global workplace, which demands more skills, education, and technical expertise than ever before. They also need uninterrupted access to life-saving sexual and reproductive health information through sexuality education to ensure that they are better positioned to safeguard their health and well-being and make more informed choices and decisions pertaining to their bodies. Last week, as you all know, the Uganda Demographic and Health Survey key findings were released. While these findings point to a positive trend with declining mortality and fertility rates, all necessary, of course, to enable Uganda to realize a demographic dividend, they also clearly indicate some levels of stagnation that are particularly worrisome to us. While fertility has declined, it only declined to 5.2 children, with an actual increase in urban areas. Teenage pregnancy stagnated at 24%. That's over 600,000 young girls between 15 and 19 years of age are likely to be left behind due to the onset of pregnancy, early marriage, and childbirth. While modern while modern contraceptive use has slightly increased from 35% to 38%, the increase is not commensurate with the level of investment, especially that required by Uganda to harness its demographic dividend. Only through urgent and concerted efforts really can we reverse and improve substantially on some of these trends to ensure really Uganda stays the course. And this requires the partnership and collaboration of all of us. Ladies and gentlemen, on the eve of the SDGs Summit in New York, we reiterate that sustainable development cannot be achieved without assuring that all women and men, girls and boys enjoy the dignity and human rights, to expand their capabilities, secure their reproductive health and rights, find decent work, and contribute to economic growth. Developing policies and investments to secure that future requires that governments know the size, sex, location, and age structure of their present and future populations. Countries with the greatest demographic opportunity for development are those entering a period in which the working age population has good health, quality education, decent employment, and a lower proportion of young dependents, which is of course the demographic, which creates a demographic window. The fulfillment of human rights, including sexual and reproductive health and reproductive rights, is therefore essential for any society to achieve a demographic dividend. Tragically, the chance to realize one's potential is often derailed, particularly for millions of girls who are pushed from school, subjected to child marriage, early and unplanned pregnancies, poor access to health care, and limited education. When large number of people find themselves trapped in this trajectory of restricted opportunities, poor health, and limited capabilities, there can be no demographic dividend. In Uganda, at this point in time, we need really to rethink and refocus the country's strategies to focus on the most impactful accelerators and investments with a multiplier effect that will stimulate a rapid demographic transition and eventually propel a demographic dividend, ensuring that no one is left behind. Ladies and gentlemen, as you may recall, in November 2022, the world population surpassed 8 billion people. For many of us, it represented a milestone that the human family should celebrate, a sign that people are living longer, healthier lives, and enjoying more rights and greater choices than ever before. We have also realized mega demographic shifts, with many developed countries reaching fertility replacement levels. In the region, Uganda has always stood out and been recognized as one of the countries championing the demographic dividend agenda. As such, we need to build on progress made to prioritize game-changing investments at the national and subnational levels. Some of these include: 1, bridging the digital divide and harnessing technological opportunities to produce digital solutions for health problems and challenges; empowering girls and women through keeping girls in school longer to delay marriage and onset of childbirth, and at the same time build on opportunities for skilling and employment of women; invest in impactful interventions that will address teenage pregnancy and other harmful practices, and tackle gender-based violence through gender norm change; improve access to quality and accurate sexual reproductive health information and services, and ensure that all women, couples, and girls who would like to delay, postpone, or stop childbirth have the opportunity to do so; invest in demographic intelligence and project and anticipate demographic trends and futures so that the country plans more effectively for its future needs and develop responses that mitigate potential negative effects and fully harness the opportunities that come with demographic change, including climate change and rapid urbanization. Ladies and gentlemen, As I conclude, I would like really to thank again the leadership of the government of Uganda and specifically the National Population Council for championing this cause at times against really all odds. I would like once again also to extend my gratitude and appreciation to the Embassy of the Netherlands for the partnership and financial support that has enabled the implementation of the Uganda Demographic Dividend Roadmap, and for the support to advancing the SRHR agenda in Uganda. And finally, I would like to appreciate the World Demographic and Aging Forum and Makerere University for this excellent partnership and initiative, and who have both, of course, made the success of this seminar possible. I wish you all fruitful deliberation, and I thank you for your kind attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Daniel, for those wonderful opening remarks. And I think it contributes to challenging us in terms of harnessing our demographic dividend, and highlighted the progress we have made as indicated in the recently released Uganda Demographic and Health Survey. He also highlighted some of the impactful interventions that we should take forward if we are to harness our demographic dividend. Ladies and gentlemen, let me take this opportunity to invite Dr. Hans Groth from the World Demographic and Aging Forum to make his opening remarks. You are most welcome.
Yeah. Good morning. Good morning, everybody. I am really pleased and honored to be here in Uganda for the third time and to advance our collaborative actions on a major topic of population development, particularly in this country, and is the topic of how can we harness the demographic dividend. And as I said before, the demographic dividend is not something which is an academic, theoretical construct or an idea. It's something which we can live, something we can harvest, and something which can advance our human lives, our human prosperity, and the way we continue to live in the 21st century. And we gather here today to understand on a global level, on a continental level, on a regional level, on a country level, and even on a district level, what the demographic dividend will mean, could mean, and what are the potentials for the time being from today till 2040, roughly 20 years. And this is the time frame as well Uganda is planning its future with. And what we will learn and try to learn in these today, tomorrow, and on Thursday is, number one, is to understand it, to understand the timing, to understand the magnitude, and it's like in haute cuisine, what is the recipe to create the right menu, or how to set the conditions to really harness or to digest or to eat the dividend. And honestly, we should eat it ourselves. And we will learn in the coming 2 days what is the role of education, what is the role of health, what is the role of society, what is the role of infrastructure, the role of creating jobs, and even more important, to create jobs with social embedment, with social protection and what addition it needs. And finally, it's, as in all recipes or in cooking, it's the action the cook or we have to take. And personally, I am really eager to learn more, particularly on a country level. And you know, you are a country with more than 40 million people. You are growing. You have one of the highest proportion of young people, and they can and they will and they are eager to capture the opportunities and to make a contribution to the future of this country. And giving the resources you have, both in nature, in water, in agriculture, etc., at least we have the right ingredients, and now we have to put them together in the proper order. And I really look forward to see a very nice program which as well increases your knowledge, so that particularly as well the people from the districts can use this knowledge to the benefit of their region, to the benefit of an even better planning. I thank you, and I look forward to learn a lot during the coming 2 days. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Hans Groth, from the World Demographic and Aging Forum, for those wonderful words. It's comforting when you assure us that demographic dividend is not a theoretical construct. It's a real construct that has implications, especially Uganda with its population structure. It's also comforting to note that, you know, the concept demographic dividend, I think for too long we have kept it at a high profile, but here we are talking of cascading it from global, continental, regional, up to country and district level. I think we need, at the district level, I've always been challenged. How do you define demographic dividend in your local language? Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to take this opportunity to invite Professor Florence Mirembe, the Vice Chairperson of the National Population Council, who is standing in for Professor Fred Wabwire Magen, the Chairperson, National Population Council. Professor, you are most welcome.
Thank you very much, Master of Ceremony. I'm Florence Mirembe, I'm not Professor Mangen. My chair is caught up in other very important activities which he could not actually, where he could not delegate. I recognize the Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, who is not with us yet. We hope he will soon be here, the Vice Chancellor of Makerere University, whom I'm not seeing, but I believe that we have a representative of him in the audience. The Director General being of National Population Council being presented by Mr. Omar, who is the acting Director General, UNFPA representative, representatives from government, ministries, departments, agents, development partners, and civil society. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning, and welcome to this second National Demographic Dividend Seminar that has been organized in collaboration with Makerere University, the World Demographic and Aging Forum, and the United Nations Population Fund. Thank you all for our distinguished guests for having responded to our invitations. This is the second demographic dividend seminar that Uganda is organizing, and it is an opportune time for us to reflect on our demographic dynamics as we transit from the National Development Plan 3 to the National Development Plan 4, which is in its early days of development. So it is time that we actually understand properly what this demographic dividend is. Distinguished guests, this second demographic dividend seminar aims at enhancing our capacity and building a pool of expertise that will facilitate greater understanding of our country and the world's demographics on the basis of factors like age, sex, race, education, income, employment, as they are now, where they have been, and where we are going. The seminar is a much-needed catalyst for the increased appreciation of the demographics in relationship to wealth creation. And this is critical, talking about wealth creation, particularly in this country. Dear distinguished guests, based on the learning from our first demographic dividend seminar, there is need for a new policy planning approach and a platform for consistent evidence-based dialogue on Uganda's demographic impact on human capital, education demands, with appropriate curricular, employment opportunities, health care provision, and investment opportunities. The seminar is a starting point to this point of interface. Over the next 3 days, it is my conviction that the expert team of facilitators will work closely with the participants, with all of us participants, to impart knowledge about demographic dividend in respect to real-life projects in the country and initiate a network of alumni of demographic experts. And at this point, I would say I'm glad to see that lots of students are attending this conference, because we are looking at developing experts in this field. So it is the young that are upcoming which are going to uphold these demands and making the populations understand. The demographic dividend is not just about reaping benefits from the young population. It is an outcome of strategic planning in their education, for their skill development, health care, employment opportunities to empower them become skilled, innovative, and a productive workforce. It is about creating an environment that fosters entrepreneurship, creativity, and inclusivity. It is about ensuring that every individual, regardless of their background, has a chance to contribute to and benefit from the nation's growth. Our nation's success story lies in unlocking the potential of the young people, who comprise over 70% of our population. We must therefore strive to provide them with appropriate skills and tools needed to build a prosperous future for themselves, May I welcome the Honorable Minister who has just arrived. You are most welcome. You found me finishing my talk, and I will continue and finish. I apologize. But where I was at a point where I said that our national success story lies in unlocking the potential of young people, who comprise over 70% of our population. We must therefore strive to provide them with appropriate skills and tools needed to build a prosperous future for themselves and the generation to come. This requires collaboration between the government, private sector, civil society, international partners. It requires a shared vision of collective effort. Honorable Ministers, I conclude, distinguished guests, I count on all of you to respond to the expectations of and aspiration of Uganda's youth population. This seminar is a much needed catalyst for this. Wishing you all a fruitful deliberation for God and my country.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's give another round of applause to Professor. Our chief guest, Honorable Cheyune Haruna, Minister of State, Finance, Planning and Economic Development, Microfinance, holding the portfolio of the Minister of State for Finance, Planning, the Vice Chairperson, the Vice Chancellor, Makerere University in absentia, the Vice Chairperson, National Population Council, represented by Professor Florence Mirembe, the President, World Demographic and Aging, Dr. Hans, distinguished ladies and participants. Our chief guest is now in the house. Our chief guest, you have come when we have already started our program. We had the opening remarks by the Director General that I made on his behalf. We have also had the opening remarks from the UNFPA, represented by Daniel. And in his remarks, he commended the government of Uganda for coming up with this seminar where we are discussing the issues to do with demographic dividend and linking it to wealth creation. He reiterated that this is not a theoretical concept and it has practical implications. He also highlighted some of the key achievements that as a country we have made, and in terms of investment, he noted that we have a young population that requires a whole plethora of investments so that we make them harness the demographic dividend. This in terms of education, access to life-saving reproductive health services. He also highlighted the recently released Uganda Demographic Health Survey report that looked at a number of issues. Our chief guest, we also had an opening remark from World Demographic and Aging. Our chief guest, in 2020-21, we entered into partnership as National Population Council with the World Demography and Aging Forum. The idea was to get this cross-fertilization in terms of demographic dividend knowledge and see how we can build on that to enable us harness our demographic dividend. And he talked in terms of the global, continental, regional, country, and district level, and emphasized that for this seminar, we want to understand the timing, the magnitude, and what are those ingredients that can make us harness the demographic dividend. He emphasized also the role of education, health, the society, infrastructure, job creation, social protection as fundamental in terms of harnessing the demographic dividend. Our chief guest, this is the second demographic dividend seminar we are organizing. We are organizing this in partnership with Makerere University, with the World Demographic and Aging, with the United Nations Fund for Population Activities, and also the Netherlands Embassy in Uganda. The theme, our chief guest, is linking demography to wealth creation, and our target participant for this seminar is the national strategy planners, policymakers, advanced scholars in social sciences. Our chief guest, you would permit me just to maybe introduce them in groups. May I request the district planners, our participants from the district, to stand up for the minister to recognize you. You can sit down, thank you. Then may I also have our next generation of young population scientists, the students from Makerere University and Kyambogo University and other universities present. Could you please raise up? You are most welcome. And then we have the population scientists. Now that one, I don't know, I don't want to go into the debate, but we have population scientists. So now all the experts from Makerere University, Kyambogo, the professors, probably you could stand up. I just want to introduce in block. Yes, Dr. Patricia Zabona. I don't know why Professor JS has not Professor John, yes, yeah. Oh, yeah? Yes, may I also have our colleagues from the World Demography and Aging to just stand up for recognition. They are all the way from Switzerland. Let's clap on for them. Which other group have I forgotten? The youth advocacy, our partners, the youth advocacy, the youth-led organizations, please, so long as you work with. Our president, His Excellency, it's young people, and it's for that reason, make sure in every activity we do, we include in the young people. Our chief guest, that's the preamble I wanted to give you. This is the second demographic dividend seminar we are organizing. It's mainly for national planners, policymakers, advanced scholars in social sciences, and the overall theme, as we have already mentioned, and it's also good riddance that your colleague, the Minister of State for Finance Planning, delegated you, because we are talking of linking demography to wealth creation, and we feel this was a good kind of riddance. So over the 3 days, we shall be looking at linking demography to wealth creation. On day one, we shall be specifically focusing on demographic knowledge as a supporting tool to advance a nation. On day two, our chief guest, we shall be capturing demographic opportunities. We shall be exploring how do we capture the demographic opportunities for Uganda's public policies. We are known to produce very good policies, but we are saying here, with these policy frameworks, how can we capture the demographic dividend for this country? And on the last day, our chief guest, we shall also look at demographic change and the 2030 agenda, the UN Sustainable Development Goals, most specifically focusing on opportunities, risk till 2040. Before I invite the Population Council to invite you, Honorable Minister, I would want to, the The slogan is leave no one behind, and I wouldn't want to leave any partner behind. In your indulgence, allow me introduce our partner, Commissioner of Labor and Social Development. Sir, you are most welcome. I thought you were a population scientist, but when you did not stand up, I got concerned. So with these few remarks, Honorable Minister, allow me invite the Vice Chairperson to come and invite you to open this demographic dividend seminar. Thank you.
Thank you very much, DG, Honorable Minister, all our partners, protocol observed. I wish to welcome you once again for coming to this very, very important seminar, linking demography to wealth creation. And of course, it takes me back to where I come from. I think when I introduced myself, I said I was an obstetrician. And I didn't say that for just passing. But it is because I come from a factory of babies. And from the babies, we get the young people. And if we are going to continue producing the babies the way Uganda produces, you do find that our young population is where it is. The 70% of young people in this country, Honorable Minister, is critical. And there is no way we can keep our heads down and forget that 3/4 of the population are young people who have no jobs, who have little income, who need everything to be supported. And therefore, I feel that when we think about these demographic factors, and wealth creation is paramount. And I wish to thank the organizers for having thought of this topic and this linkage, which we need to actually make sure that everybody is part and parcel of the mainstream. Nobody is left behind. We are inclusive, and everybody should participate and benefit from what little we have in this country. Honorable Minister, with those few words, I'm privileged to be the one to come and address this august house. You are most welcome.
Thank you very much. The Vice Chair, representing the Chair. The Vice Chancellor, Makerere University, in absentia. The Vice Chair, National Population Council, representing the Chair. The UNFPA, representative in Uganda. All development partners, district officials, the district planners, the GS leaders, cultural leaders, all of us, distinguished national and international delegates, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is indeed an honor to welcome you to this second demographic dividend seminar that has been organized to facilitate high-level discourse on the linkages between demographics and wealth creation. Let me first of all thank you very much for, of course, selecting this theme, the linkage between demography and wealth creation. This is very, very, very important because me as a preacher of wealth creation, I have faced so many challenges when some people think that their role is to spectate. They don't participate in wealth creation. When you are preaching wealth creation, they think they are not bothered. And because of poor ideology politically, many people think that they have to wait for another government which will maybe deliver wealth to their doorstep. So I think this is very, 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 very important. In a special way, allow me on behalf of the government of Uganda to express our gratitude to the distinguished team of experts from the World Demographic and Aging Forum that have come all the way from Switzerland. Thank you for sparing your time to come the Pearl of Africa to facilitate this seminar. This is a true sign of commitment towards addressing topical demographic issues that are of global concern. I wish to thank the National Organizing Committee constituting of the National Population Council, Makerere University, and the United Nations Population Fund for organizing this important seminar in collaboration with the World Demographic and Aging Forum. The selection and the attendance of participants from ministries, departments, agencies, local governments, civil society organizations, the media, religious and cultural leaders, and of course the youth is a true testimony of the importance of population and development. Our distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, as I have already mentioned, this is the second demographic dividend seminar. The first seminar, I'm made to understand, was convened last year. That seminar recognized the potential for Uganda to achieve its demographic dividend, highlighting the prospects, opportunities and challenges, and the progress already made. It also offered recommendations on how to accelerate progress, and consensus was reached on the number of tasks as highlighted below. 1, enhancing the capacity of population experts to accelerate harnessing of the demographic dividend. 2, establishing a population scientists association. And 3, exploring the opportunity of establishing a demographic dividend center of excellence in Uganda to provide leadership, share the best practices, research, support, and training for harnessing the dividend in Africa. Dear participants, to set the stage for discussions during this 3-day seminar, I will elaborate on Uganda's progress
towards harnessing the demographic dividend, the challenges and how to accelerate economic growth and development. Uganda's progress to date. The results of 2022 Uganda Demographic and Health Survey released 2 weeks ago have revealed a marked improvement in maternal and neonatal mortality. Neonatal mortality has stagnated at 27 deaths per 1,000 live births for decades. This has declined to 22 deaths per 1,000 live births, and infant mortality rate has declined to 36 from 43 deaths per 1,000 live births. Maternal mortality declined from 336 to 189 per 100,000 live births. 2, over the years, we have noticed an increase in number of girls enrolling for education, particularly higher education. I congratulate Makerere University and the other institutions of higher learning on the incredible progress of nurturing Uganda's development force. There is an increase in the number of public industrial and business parks, and collectively 114 industries are already operational in these parks. The establishment of industrial parks will help the economy become self-sufficient through industrialization and import substitution, and will also have Uganda's products competing on the international market. Better and increased infrastructure investments in electricity, transport, information and communication technology, water and sanitation. This means improved access services and improvement in the environment for quality business investments. Uganda is diversifying at accelerated rate, while productivity and value addition in agriculture is also increasing. This is leading shifts in employment from traditional to modernized agriculture and to non-agricultural sectors. Of course, there are challenges. Uganda still has a big proportion of uneducated people. 1 in 5 adolescents and youth is not in education, nor are they in employment or training. 2, unequal distribution of resources, power and wealth, combined with the social norms that have sustained persistent inequalities. 3, despite the good progress from the Uganda Demographic and Health Survey, Uganda is still ranked among the countries with the highest infant and maternal mortality rates. These indicators are still undesirable, and we should make focused efforts to address the causative factors. High dependency burden. More than 50% of the population is below the age of 15, and over 75% below 30 years. Accelerating Uganda's economic growth and development. Dear participants, ladies and gentlemen, Uganda adopted the post-2015 Sustainable Development Agenda and the ICPD at 25 program of action. And in doing so, committed to a set of goals that are expected to contribute to combating poverty, hunger, disease, and inequality. Accelerating Uganda's socio-economic transformation will therefore depend on the following 5 strategic investment areas to drive progress. First, improve health service delivery to ensure a healthy workforce. It should start with immunization to ensure that all the country's children are fully immunized. We should also ensure that no woman dies while giving birth. Disease prevention should be also prioritized. Secondly, we should also address equity issues. There are big disparities in opportunity, wealth, and power, resulting into a big populace that is disadvantaged, impoverished, and left behind. For instance, 9.3 million youth are neither in education, employment, or training. This should be addressed. Thirdly, we should promote entrepreneurship and leverage partnerships with the private sector. This requires skills building through education, technical and vocational training to enhance employability and unleash the creative power of youth. In all your endeavors, flag skilling every Uganda youth, every Ugandan young person. Fourthly, prioritize the education of both boys and girls, ensuring that young people get quality education and training with a focus on matching education, skills, and the needs of the labor market. When we encourage entrepreneurs to create more entry-level jobs, where we create more jobs for young people and therefore create wealth for the country. Extra attention should also be paid to talent identification. Next, sound economic policies are needed to transform economic growth into human development gains. Uganda's economic growth should focus on areas of comparative advantage, including enhancing mechanized agriculture and the extractive industries that would support value addition. As a minister in charge of planning, I pledge my fullest commitment to engage with all stakeholders in pursuit of a world where we support our country's greatest resource, its young people, to reach their full potential without leaving anyone behind. I therefore call upon all of you, dear participants, to take advantage of the prevailing conducive environment in the country, as well as the government programs that are in place to enhance the well-being of your families and communities. Let us collaborate and, as government, private sector, academia, development partners, and civil society to transform Uganda. As you may all know, this government has put in place so many programs whose aim is to transform the lives of Ugandans, more especially young people. We have youth livelihood program, women entrepreneurs program. We have a Myoga, of course, targeting many youth and women. We have PDM. So we need to participate fully in ensuring that these programs succeed. Incidentally, people are not giving enough attention to these programs. You can imagine the close to 1.2 trillion Uganda shillings injected in PDM. Every parish getting 100 million, of course, as startup fund for those that do not have jobs to have access to it and be able to start economic activities. but to some extent, this program has not succeeded yet because we have not fully joined the hands in ensuring the success of this program. So as we discuss all these issues here, as we discuss the linkage between the population and wealth creation, let's see what we have on table. Let's first concentrate on enjoying the low-hanging fruits, so that because we have made sure as government that we create conducive environment, but also provide put in place programs that can help Ugandans who are financially excluded. So we need to work hand in gloves with all key stakeholders in this country to ensure that the lives of Ugandans change, because a wealth mind is a health mind. Lastly, as I conclude, I urge everyone here to join in this effort to work towards the realization of our vision of a productive and prosperous population. Our economy cannot grow. And let me tell you this, when you do not have money, your body, the capacity of your body to fight against diseases is very low. You see, even if, when you have money in the pocket, even if mosquito bites you, you don't feel it. You don't feel it. Even if it is too cold, but you have money, for you are sweating. There is a way. So really, if we want to support, to control infant mortality, let's promote wealth creation. These programs are there. Let's support one another. Let's work together to ensure that Ugandans benefit. People are just there sharing the money, and these are not the targeted beneficiaries. Yes, so let's work together to ensure that at least, let's begin with your parish. Your own parish. Is PDM succeeding in your own parish? If it is not succeeding, then you are not supporting the program. I now have the pleasure to declare the second National Demographic Dividend Seminar officially open. I thank you for God and my country. I'm here on behalf of Honorable Lugorobi Amos, who traveled for official duties, but I'm holding his portfolio. Thank you very much, and I wish you fruitful deliberations.
Another round of applause for the Minister. Thank you so much, Honorable Minister. Let me use this opportunity to also introduce myself, since I have the microphone and I am privileged to use the microphone after you. I'm called Stella Chigozi. I'm a Director for Information and Communication at the National Population Council, and I'm moderating this morning's session. So, Honorable Minister, we are requesting for a group photo outside here, and thereafter I invite all participants for a cup of tea. So I request we go out for the group photo, and then we will come in after, in 25 minutes we should be back in here so that we can now move to our second session. that is going to be moderated by Dr. John Sekamate Sebuliba. I wish to invite the representative of the Vice Chancellor. I would like to recognize Professor Hisali. Please come to the high table. Please join the panelists, because this is your meeting as well. This is your seminar. You're welcome, sir.
before. There
Ladies and gentlemen, I think we are already running behind schedule. I think we better start our session. Of course, we can't blame anyone. You know, the tea session was late, so again, we are running behind schedule. But let's try to catch up on the time we've lost by not losing any more time. So we're now going to start our second session. And may I invite the presenters, Dr. Betty Chadondo and Mr. Martin Dividennd, to come to the podium.
So you want us to see to the right and to your left.
Exactly. So once again, let me welcome you to this second session. And we have two interesting presentations. I really love the logic of the presentations. So we have our presenters, Dr. Betty Chadondo on my left, who is, as you may remember from health at the National Population Council. And Mr. Martin Dividennd, a former Swiss ambassador, and now, again, as we heard from the presentation, transition all the way to 2040 and beyond. So, may I now invite
the world demographic participation. I hope it's morning. So, people so good. Chair, I hope I've done the on behalf of Makerere University, and please our access is be speaking. We are organizing us, and we can only hope that this partnership will grow stronger and that it endure. And this is because for as long as we don't realize the power of working together, then we will not develop this country. So we want to say thank you. Now, coming back very briefly to what we are here to discuss over the course of the next 3 days, the demographic dividend and wealth creation. This, needless to say, is an important topic, but it is also timely. And we need to give it all the attention. Our only plea is that as we discuss this, we all need to be reminded, session chair and all our members here today, that the problems that we face with regard to the growing young population are problems of today. As we started this discussion, we should not be looking at this as something that we need to be addressing in the future. And since these are problems of today, then as a starting point at such fora, we need to take into consideration about two important things. Number one, what are we already doing as a country, as a region, to address the issues related to the structure of our population today? What are the ongoing interventions? How well have these interventions worked up to today? what results do we see, and therefore what are the gaps, and if there are gaps, what do we need to do differently to close these gaps and resolve the challenges that we have with regard to the structure of our population. That for me should be a good starting point. But as we do this, as we go through these discussions, we need to be mindful that the problems, the challenges we are facing are real life challenges. These are not hypothetical issues that we are going to be dealing with. And therefore, since we are dealing with real life challenges, then the solutions that we propose should be those solutions that actually work. It will be, I've read through the concept, and our target audience, among others, are the policy makers, our political leaders. But there is no political leader anywhere who will possibly take advice, which they also convinced that it will not work. So we need to be as thorough as possible, we need to be as practical as possible in order to create the impact that such fora aim to create. And for me, again, in forward, again, we need to pause and get back to the basics. Let's reflect once again on the characterization of our population. I've seen the pyramid, the population pyramid that the Bureau has put out there. Let's get that a little further. Let's try to characterize each of those different segments of our pyramid and understand them a little better. And in doing this, I want us to pay attention to two things, to two characteristics of our labor force. Number one, and the most important characteristic of this is what we might call the human capital component of our labor force. Which of these segments have the very good skills that can help us transform the country? But also number two, and therefore what we can do to support these ones going forward. But then the challenge we are having as a country is that the biggest component of our labor force is what one might call the natural ability. Many of the people entering our labor force do not possess any human capital to talk about. And you can see this in the type of activities that they are doing. Subsistence agriculture. All you need is to go to your garden and dig. Making a chapati, you may not need a lot of skills. And these are the things that we have to deal with. So for this particular group, when we talk about demographic dividend, what is it that we mean? What is it that we can do about it? What type of opportunities then do we create for these people? What wealth creation activities can such people be meaningfully engaged in? I don't at all mean to say that there are no opportunities for these people, but again, the emphasis here is that we need as much as possible to reflect the context within which we are working in order to come up with suggestions that will help us address this challenge that we are facing. So I just wanted to give these own suggestions. I am not at all an expert in this field, but fortunately I live in this country and I see the challenges, and I want us to see them the same way. The only way we can resolve challenges is if we see them for what they are, if we see them correctly, and we seek to find solutions that address these challenges. So that is the short message that I thought I would briefly share with the allocated time. But going forward, this arrangement that we are having over the next 3 days should not be enough. One would love to see many follow-up studies. One would want to see the breakaway groups addressing different themes, even beyond the time scope of the workshop, so that possibly sometime next year, around this time when we gather again, we start by reflecting on the work that has been ongoing for the last 1 year as a starting point, and then we identify what else needs to be done going forward. That way, we should be able to address all the issues and capture the emerging issues along the way. So, Chair and all participants want to thank you once again for these partnerships, and we want to wish you very fruitful deliberations. I'm told that all of you now here are stakeholders in this subject. And my boss has been telling me one interesting thing, that a stakeholder is this person who has a vested interest in what they are doing. And since you all have this vested interest in this field of demographics and demographic dividend, we don't expect any of you to leave prematurely the discussion, because then you have to stay and follow through the vested interest that you have. Thank you so much, and I wish you fruitful deliberations.
Thank you very much, Professor Hisalis, and for that wise counsel. And we request you to greet and thank the Vice Chancellor for us. I particularly liked your message of doing things differently. You know, what do we need to do differently? So let's not fear to change. Let's be bold, you know, to change and do something different, you know, do something better. And I think that is really the spirit of the conference, to see what works, what doesn't, and if not, what do we need to change. So at this juncture, permit me to invite Dr. Chadondo to make her presentation.
Thank you very much, Chair. Our own professor and teacher. Good afternoon. I think it is just a minute, and I'm right to start off by saying good afternoon, everyone, and all protocol is observed. I'm here to just take you through the transition, the demographic transition for Uganda until 2040. And what I'm going to say is we are going to reflect on it together, because for me, I'm just going to present the data that is available. Then we shall see where we are in terms of achieving a demographic transition as a country. So in order for us to speak about the demographic transition, I think there are 3 parameters that we should pay attention to. The first one is population and how it is growing. And the second one is mortality and how well the population is surviving And the last one is fertility. And we need to understand, Professor Mirembe made a point that she works in a factory. So how well is that factory performing? So the first one is the population. And in this slide, we are looking at how we are performing in terms of increasing our population as a country. And I have started on this slide because in the detail, when I pay attention to how Uganda is growing, I want to start from a little bit backwards. But we can clearly see, and this is not surprising, because if women and men live together, then co-creation has to take place. So the population of Uganda is growing, and it is going to continue growing. What is interesting is the 2014 census put us at 34.9. So we were about 35 million in 2014. By 2015, we were 35.5. And then where we are currently is 2023. We were expected to be 48.2 in 2025, based on the population growth rate of 2014 when the census was conducted. But the Bureau has given us today, if you check the population of this country based on the data the Bureau projects, we are already beyond, we are supposed to be here at 2023, but the current population of our country is 48.58 in 2023. So you can clearly see we are growing more rapidly than what was anticipated. And why are we growing rapidly? Of course, we have gone through different stages. We have gone through different challenges. We have had upheavals. We've had wars. We've had the history of this population, rather of this country. You all know it. We had the pre-independence stage between 1948 and 1959. And during that time, we had few investments in health, few investments in education, all those requirements or the prerequisites for us to make sure that our population is healthy and wealth were not in place. Then we had the post-independence period between 1962 and 1971, and you know what happened between that time. That was the time when we had the former president and the late president Idi Amin being overthrown. Then we have a period between 1971 until 1986. I know some of you are not here, but those who are around like me during that period, you know that that is the period the NRM was trying to take power, and they succeeded. And we know what happened because there was a bush war, there were so many things, there was disruption of services, so we can imagine what was going on. And here we are in the period of more relative stability, political stability. We are living in a period of more peace. Some of you may not agree with that, but it is true. And we are saying different things. It is during this period that the Bureau of Statistics was established as well, and it has continuously given us demographic and health survey every 5 years. The last one was released, is it last week or the other week? About 2 weeks ago. And we are all excited receiving that DHS. And my presentation, I've been saying all this because everything that I'm going to be speaking about is coming, data is coming from the DHS, the different DHSs, but also the census. In order for us to understand where we are as a country in terms of achieving a demographic transition, we need to understand what the transition is. I know we have students, so I'll take just a few minutes trying to explain what a transition is. And a demographic transition is laid out in 4 stages. There's a stage 1, a stage 2, a stage 3, and a stage 4. And these stages You must understand them for you to be able to appreciate how we are performing as a country in terms of achieving our demographic transition. So the first stage, which is a pre-modern stage, is usually the one where I talked about the three things. This is population, the black one. I hope everyone is seeing it as black as I am seeing it. Then we have a red one, which is mortality. And then we have a blue one, which is fertility. So in the pre-transition stage, what usually is seen is a high fertility and mortality. And for us in this country, we've been here. We've been at a stage where women are giving birth at a high rate, girls are giving birth at a high rate, but also mortality is high. But this is usually a pre-colonial period. And this is what happened in the first pre-independence period that I have talked about, where both fertility and mortality were very high. And then in stage 2, the population continues to grow, because like I said, where a man and woman are staying together, this is going to happen. But then we start seeing a decline in mortality. So mortality starts declining. But whereas mortality is declining fairly well, fertility is still, you know, keeping up here. It is not declining, it is declining, we are not sure where it is. So it comes very slowly down. And then we get to a stage 3, which is a more industrialized stage. In this stage, countries that are already here have very good health services, have education services. They have actually started creating the wealth which we are talking about today for individuals. So at this stage, mortality has come down, okay? And fertility is also rapidly coming down. And then the final stage, which is the post-industrial stage, there are very few countries that are here yet. We see both fertility and mortality trying to play out together, okay? But the population continues to grow. So the gap that is created between the birth and death rates is the population's rate of natural increase. So this rate of natural increase for us is still a bit wide, and we are going to see why, and that will be the explanation and the understanding of our demographic transition up to 2040. So these different stages that I have shown you also give us different population pyramids. You are aware that the most important factor for us as a country today is the population age structure. And I will explain this in the next slide. But it is important for us to note the stage 1 that we have described, which is really pre-colonial. We have high birth rates, we have high death rates, and the population is restored, and there is short life expectancy. So life expectancy at that stage is really low. And then in the second stage, where we start seeing population growing at an exponential rate, because mortality is declining, infant mortality is coming down, more people are surviving, and life expectancy starts to rise. So at this stage, you can see the difference. The population age structure here is slightly different from this one, but if you're not very careful, you may miss the difference, but the difference is clear. This one is more, you see how it is coming down, but this one is more sharp, okay? And then in the third stage, the population continues to grow, but at a slower rate. And we can see dramatic decline in both fertility and mortality in this stage. And in the last stage, which is 4, we definitely have both low mortality, low fertility. Dependence also starts to increase because the shape of the population, or rather the pyramid, starts changing because we have more people living, because the life expectancy continues to increase. So we have a dependency at the top of a pyramid and we also have a dependence at the bottom of the pyramid, so that dependence here is higher. And now the population scientists have also thought about a fifth stage, where there is a state to consider declining fertility, so rather population. So you can see we came from that shape to this shape, to a doom, another doom, and now we see the population is declining and narrowing out. And this population, there are countries that have started experiencing that kind of population pyramid. So as a country, where are we? And I said I'll start at 1950 in my explanation. So here what I have tried to show is both the population growing, but also the population growth rate. And we can clearly see in 1950, when the population was just about 5 million, the population growth rate of Uganda was 2%. Okay? And then the population growth rate started going up. It reached 2.5 in this should be 1959 census, and the population was about 6.5 million. And then the population growth rate peaked at 3.9. That is the highest that we have had, and probably the highest ever recorded in many of our countries across the world in the 1969 census, and the population hit to 9.5 million. And then now we have started seeing a decline, a 2.7 population growth rate in the 1980 census with a population of 12.6 million. And then that is how it has played out, okay? And this is now where we are at 2014, when the census put the population of the country at about 35 million. So what does this mean? And why do we see the population growing at this rate? We are very grateful to the Bureau of Statistics that keeps giving us the demographic and health survey as well as the census. And we appreciate, I have told you, for transition to happen, we must see a decline in both fertility and mortality. So how is the mortality, decreasing in our country? This bottom line shows us the neonatal mortality. And neonatal mortality are those children that die below 28 days after birth. So 33 out of 1,000 live births is the neonatal mortality that was reported by the DHS of 2000-2001. And then the neonatal mortality has stagnated between 2006 and 2016 for that particular period of time. And luckily enough, investments by the Ministry of Health and partners have managed to bring this down in the 2022 DHS to 22 per 1,000 live births. This neonatal mortality is very, very important because it contributes to what we describe in infant mortality as well as in under 5 mortality. The infant mortality is the death of children below they turn 1 year or below they make 1 year. So in 2000, the infant mortality was 88 per 1,000 live births, and it continued decreasing, okay? So what kept this infant mortality at that rate, despite the decrease in overall infant mortality, is because we're not seeing any decline in neonatal mortality. And it is the same for the under 5 mortality. So under 5 mortality rates have also been coming down because infant mortality is decreasing and neonatal mortality is decreasing. What we need to note is what are we not doing so well as a country to reduce the infant, rather than neonatal mortality. Because for the others, we have been able to bring them down more or faster enough, but the neonatal mortality doesn't seem to be at the same rate of decline. Part of the reasons for these differences is we have regional disparities. in our mortality. If only we can ensure that we can invest well enough in all regions to reduce infant mortality, because we can clearly see West Nile, despite all the support that they are receiving from different partners, the infant mortality rate in West Nile is 79.5, okay, way above the 36 that has been registered nationally. There are also other places, all these dark patches. Busoga has always been a challenge. Bukedi, Uganda, we can see all these are above the 36 that has been reported. And we can see Teso is doing fairly well at 30.6. So what is it that is being done in Teso that cannot be done in West Nile, that cannot be done in Busoga and in the other regions to reduce infant mortality? Then under 5 mortality is the same, but we can see differences. West Nile still remains high. Bunyoro, Busoga, and Karamoja being the worst hit regions, having the highest under 5 mortality. Then when we come to total fertility rate, remember, for a transition to be achieved, both fertility and mortality must decline rapidly. So what we are seeing you've seen what is happening in mortality, and you're drawing conclusions. So what is happening with the total fertility rates in Uganda? 1969, the total fertility rate was 7.1, and then it rose to 7.4 in 1988, and then it started declining, 7.1, but now we want to understand this rate of decline. And we want to, is it fast? Is it slow? Is it very slow? Because that helps us determine, as a country, where we are in terms of achieving a demographic transition. And the total fertility rates are very well also described by the age-specific fertility rates, because we can clearly see the age that between 15 and 19, this age group contributes about 132, what do we call it? Contributes 132 to the fertility. 20 to 24 contributes 260. So what can we do for this age group who are still girls, who are still our babies in our homes, not to get pregnant at that age? And what is more interesting is actually the trend or the pattern is the same over the years. So between, in 1995, is that so? Yes, in 1995, we still had a high age-specific fertility rate among 15 to 19, and it continues even over the years. The pattern is not different, although there is a decline. And the pattern for the 2024 is the same. These ones are not very surprising, because we expect these in those that are using traditional methods as contraceptives. But is this increase good enough to reduce fertility? And then we talk about the stage where we are as a country in the transition. Then there are also regional disparities with fertility, and this is what it clearly shows. But as you look at this atlas of fertility, please remember what we have seen in the different atlases on mortality. Karamoja region, fertility is 6.7. You remember where they are, how bad their mortality increase in modern contraceptive in this region. Plan for Karamoja. And I think that is a step forward. If we can have regional development plans for the different 15 regions of this country, because the reasons why we have these indicators are really unique and different for the different regions. It is our prayer that some of these can happen, and such initiatives have started. So because of a high fertility rate, ladies and gentlemen, we have a population age structure for this country which is not desirable for development. It is really bottom heavy, and we have more young people. In the previous speeches we've all had we have about 76% of our population below 30 years. 76% of that population is dependent on the few that are in the working age bracket. And if that dependent population has to support, rather the working age population, which is smaller, has to support the young population that is depending on that population, then speaking about harnessing the demographic dividend is going to remain a dream for this country. But Uganda can trigger a rapid transformation of its age population structure, and the transformation can only be brought about by continuously accelerating the decline in both fertility and mortality. We were so excited when we received the DHS results, but at the same time, we were concerned what is happening to fertility. We know that smaller groups of children are going to be added every year on our population, and we must do something about this population. And in this graph, which shows Uganda's population growing over the years, it takes us up to 2070. I know the presentation was supposed to reflect more on the 2040 and the transition. But what is important for us to note here is that demographic health surveys show that the ideal family size is less than the actual fertility for this country. Women or families desire to have fewer children, but they end up having more. And there's also one indicator or parameter that I didn't bring into my presentation, the unmet need for family planning. Why is the unmet need for family planning high? If we can give all women, men, and couples that want to use family planning and either stop giving birth or space their birth, then would be definitely reducing fertility. But that is not happening. And then we can see, if only the population growth of this country would grow at a two-child, this is just a scenario, a three-child fertility will bring down the population to 118 million. From, if it continues growing at the current total fertility rate of 5.2, we are likely to have over 240 million by the year 2070. But if we bring down the fertility to 3 children, we are likely to have 118. And this is almost half of what we may register if fertility doesn't come down. And with a two-child policy, the population will grow up to 77 million. Of course, that is not likely by 2070, and also to 46 with a one-child policy. Of course, these are scenarios to show how important it is for us to invest in reducing fertility and achieving a demographic transition. I also needed to say, although I talked about mortality and fertility, for us to reduce fertility and mortality, the minister strengthened it. We need to create wealth for families. And wealth distribution is very related to fertility. Women that are poor and live in those rural areas have more children than women that are richer and live in urban areas. And similarly, teenage pregnancy is 41% in the poorest quintile, but it is only 16% among those in the wealthiest quintile. And these differences further reinforce the practice of child marriage. You cannot have a teenage pregnancy in a rural area and you continue going to school. It is very unlikely. You'll definitely join your partner in marriage, okay? And also, we need to appreciate that Uganda is still a resource-poor country. 65% of our population live on less than $2 a day. And this, of course, fuels the fertility. And also the fact that the GDP for this country grows annually between 5 to 10%, and we are a predominantly agricultural economy. But if we can invest well enough into this agriculture, we are likely to increase wealth creation for the families and reduce fertility. And then there are also gender inequalities. We are always talking about gender-based violence. Men seem to have more privileges than women. Men seem to have a bigger voice than the women. Women do not have that autonomy to practice and speak what they want. And this denies the country the opportunity to reduce fertility if we do not empower our women and girls. And some of the challenges for us to achieve a demographic transition: one, Uganda continues to have a rapid population growth, and it is likely to hit 100 million by 2050 if we don't invest in practices that will reduce this fertility. More than half of our population are going to be below 20 years or younger, and this is going to increase the dependence ratio. And if fertility remains at 5.2 children per woman, Uganda's population is going to be much higher by 2050, and we shall continue having the same youthful age population structure, which doesn't give us the propensity to save, to invest, and to harness the demographic dividend. And we know that only 37% of women in Uganda aged between 15 to 49 are currently using effective contraception, despite the fact that we have a wide method mix, and we have been increasingly encouraging self-care practices. Then 27% of women are still not getting family planning services. We have, as a country, developed different policies and strategies, including the Family Planning Costed Implementation Plan. We have committed globally to the FP 2030 commitments. We have policy documents, and I'm proud to say the National Population Policy that point out issues on child spacing, on ensuring youth-friendly services and reproductive health services for the young people. And we do allocate funding for these programs. But ladies and gentlemen, despite these good policies, the government investment in contraceptives is not sufficient to address the family planning needs of all the men, women, and couples of this country. And with this dwindling support from donors that we continuously see, government has to take ownership and invest more and better in the family planning program. And as I conclude, ladies and gentlemen, fertility in this country remains high, although it is decreasing. Mortality is decreasing a little faster than the fertility, and we still have a population age structure that is predominantly young people. And if we do not do anything, or if we continue doing business as usual, achieving the demographic dividend for this country will not be possible. We know that the key drivers of high fertility are mainly the high teenage pregnancy, which leads to school dropout and further fuels more fertility, and the low access to contraceptive services. We are also aware that child mortality has considerably reduced, but we need to increase efforts in low-cost, high-impact preventive interventions that include family care practices like hygiene, sanitation, the nutrition, and immunization, because we still have a high rate of stuntedness in this country. And then we also need an urgent campaign of addressing teenage pregnancy to promote safe motherhood, survival, and definitely economic transformation. But we are also aware that we need to create more awareness and change mindsets of communities on some of these issues. It is true there are so many myths and misconceptions around family planning. There are different communities who give different reasons why girls must not go to school. But what can we do to change that mindset? And this morning, the Honorable Minister has talked to us about the investments government has put, including the parish development model. But we also know that the Human Capital Development Program emphasizes some of these issues. We know that there is a whole program on mobilizing communities and changing mindsets on the different programs of government. And then we also need to focus not only on family planning, although I have emphasized family planning from the beginning, to slow population growth, but we must have wise investments that will also help develop an educated labor force, a skilled labor force, empowering women and girls, and also create jobs to sustain and increase economic growth. So, from my presentation, I leave it up to you to determine where we are, which stage is this country in terms of achieving a demographic transition. Are we still at stage 1? Are we at stage 2? Are we anywhere near joining our friends from Switzerland in achieving a transition? So thank you very much for being attentive.
Thank you very much, Betty. As you heard, that's this demographic story of Uganda from pre-independence to the vision 2040 and beyond. So she has left us with a number of reflective questions. Let's see how each one answers them. But the next presentation is going to answer the question, why does this matter? Should we lose sleep at night because of what Betty has presented? So let me invite Dr. Martin Dividennd to answer that question for us.
Thank you very much for inviting me. It was fascinating to listening to Betty and to get all those facts and information about the development here in Uganda, and I'm sure this is a solid basis for the further discussion throughout the seminar. My topic, the topic of my talk, is demography. Why does it matter to advance a nation? And to be honest, it was not me who has chosen the title. Those who prepared the seminar have given it to me. And when I looked at it the first time, I thought there is a double meaning. What is meant by demography? Is this the development of population, or does the title refer to the science, to the knowledge about population dynamics? And as many people do these days, I used artificial intelligence, ChatGPT, and asked what would an audience expect when they see the title of my speech. And guess what was the outcome? The outcome was that people want to hear about the development of the population, and no reference was made to demography as a science. I have to say that I disagree with this result. In my view, both matter. The real development, the population development, but also our knowledge that enables us to take the right decision, be it at the government level, at the level of a company, or at an individual level. So first, let's say, I want to point out a series of elements. This is very sketchy, and I make it even sketchier because I want to save a little bit of time to avoid that we are not entering in a discussion, because I think this is probably the most fascinating part of such a seminar. It's obvious that population growth and age structures are drivers of economic and social development. However, the balance is, and Patty pointed out to different of those issues, however it will have an impact on societal development, but also on economic growth. The economic productivity, we know this, depend also on, let's say, the structure of the population. A growing and a useful population is something that favors economic productivity. I will not expand now in those issues, even I have it in my speaking note. Labor market, we know how much demographics have an effect on the labor market. Labor market offer is important. It's also important for investment and for other economic activity. The next one, consumption patterns, has a very clear link to the demographic structure of societies. The age structure, to some extent, predefines the demand for goods and services, and this also guides private companies in their marketing and in their investments. Healthcare and social services. If the state wants to plan for healthcare and social services, the age structure and the development or foreseeable development of age structure, they matter a lot. Urbanization and infrastructure. We all know that demographic changes has an enormous effect on urbanization and therefore also on the need on infrastructure. Those elements cannot be reasonably tackled without having demographic data in mind. And then, of course, also there are political implications. I do not want to go either in those areas. There is a link in between age structure and political unrest. There have considerations to be made about political representation. Cultural diversity can change, can broaden, or be limited in a country with different ethnic groups, because fertility and mortality rates are not the same in all those groups. Therefore, there could be an impact on cultural diversity. And eventually, innovation and entrepreneurship. We know that younger people are more entrepreneurial and innovative than my generation. They are, for instance, more embracing regarding new technology, new advancements. So all this has an enormous aspect. This is by far not exhaustive, and this is very sketchy, as I have told it before. Now, perhaps you heard it in the news. Yesterday started the high-level segment of the UN General Assembly with an opening speech of Secretary General Guterres speaking about the Sustainable Development Goals. This is something that goes me very much to my heart, because I was among the group who was initially discussing the concept of the Sustainable Development Goals, and was involved in the first drafts. It was not called Agenda 2030 then. Now, when you look These are, in my view, very useful goals to reduce poverty, to protect the environment, to do something against climate change, and of course to support economic growth. These are the three criteria that are guiding the Sustainable Development Goals, and this was in the very beginning of the conceptual phase, the big issue. Now, if you pick out some of those goals, you will see how important demography is for them. Also, for instance, if you take goal 3, good health and well-being, I mean, aging, population growth, disease prevalence, all this is very much linked to demographic changes. Then quality education. If quality education needs to be there, it is very important for those who are responsible for the educational system to know what challenges are not only here today, but what challenges are ahead. And Betty's view graph, Betty's projection have very clearly shown what kind of challenges we have. And even more, goal number 5, gender equality. There is a close link in between gender equality and fertility rates, and also in between gender equality and maternal health. And this together has a major impact on demographic trends. Goal 11, sustainable citizen communities. I have already mentioned how demography affects urbanization, and of course we can only achieve goal 11 when we also address in the same time demographic changes. And eventually demography plays an outstanding role in goal 13 in climate action, as population size and growth have a very important impact on resources and on climate change. Dr. Mugabe will have a presentation on this issue. Let's look at the last one. Even life below water and life on land is very much linked to population density. This is very obvious, but I can tell you that at the time when the Sustainable Development Goals were drafted, demography, discussion about demographic trends and the use of demographic data was almost non-existent. And this is something that hampers until now the implementation and the success. Demography, I want to tell you a couple of things about demography and predictability. Political and social and economic developments and events are not very well predictable. Also, take the outbreak of the First and the Second World War, the end of the Cold War, the Great Depression, the financial crisis 2008 and 2009, even the breakout of COVID, and many other of those issues. They were not really predictable. Of course, if you're looking back afterwards, you had always signs, but usually a couple of weeks or months before, nobody had a clear indication and a clear assessment that this would happen. This is very different with demography. Demographic developments are well predictable. And you have seen this with the charts, and you will see this with other charts, for instance, the ones Hans Groth is presenting us. We have a quite good idea of how the demography will be in 10, 20 or 50 years from now. And this gives us, let's say, the possibility not only to act on pressure, which is very often done in public policies, but to plan ahead. Very often, unfortunately, people are doing the urgent and not so much the important in long term. And this is an important lesson from studies in demography, that we can have a clearer picture on what will happen in 20 or 40 years from now, and we should take this picture to shape our reaction. I have often asked myself, why is demography often neglected? People usually would say, no, it's not neglected, we know about it, but if you look closer, there is an important neglect. This would also be a topic for a whole lecture, but very often in the public service, in politics, there is a short-term focus. There are many pressing issues, and the reaction is on those pressing issues and not on what will happen in 10 or 20 years. Then demography, even so we might have beautiful charts and figures, is a complex issue. It's linked to economy, to social developments, ethical questions when it comes about for instance, using contraception. There might also be political consideration. In many cases, you would need to address issues that could be touchy. Contraception in many countries is such an issue, but very often you have also a lack of awareness. People are not familiar with such concepts as the one that has been just presented by Patty on the demographic transition. And what we often can see is that governments are working in silos. Many of the reactions need a response from different parts of a government. For instance, from the Ministry of Labour, from the Ministry of Health, joint action. And all those issues usually in government that need action from different parts of a government are more difficult to achieve an accomplishment than in other ones. This is the case in Switzerland. This is certainly the case in all the other countries. Now the conclusion, and I was shortening a little bit, is two things, and I hope you would agree with me that the population development is important to advance a nation, but it's also important to have the appropriate knowledge to respond to those changes and to shape those changes. And I think this is probably something that will, in other words, come over and over again. So this was my presentation, and I hope we have now a discussion. And of course, you should always, I was rather general, but you should, of course, we need to have a strong focus on Uganda in our discussion. And there, Betty, of course, knows much more all the specifics than I do. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Martin, for that very interesting and provocative presentation. As I promised, this, you can see the synergy between these two presentations. What Beta has presented, is, gives us some soul searching. Why does it matter? Martin has just given us the answer to that. So, at this juncture, let me invite, I know we are, as I said, running behind schedule, but let's push in some few minutes for discussion, for reactions. So, any reactions from the audience? Shall I take a round of comments, questions? Yes, 1, 2. Okay, for those 2 for now.
Thank you very much, my teacher. Professor Dr. Oke was one of my teachers at Makerere University when we were still studying all these issues to do with demographic dividends. Now, I was very keen when the two were presenting. I heard what Chadondo presented. I was very keen on what Doctor was presenting, mostly when he was emphasizing on key issues, the goals under sustainable development goals. When you read carefully, I wish you had brought political leaders here. Because whenever they're in parliaments, they don't normally understand what they are discussing. They do, but I wish you had brought them. When you are going to invest, in most cases, we need to know where we should structure our resources. What leads to what? I understand, my understanding, human capital development is very important. When I talk of human capital development, that means that now I'm emphasizing on demographic development. It is demographic development, as the doctor was saying, that leads to the development of socio-economic and political and other issues. If you don't center your resources under demographic development, I am rest assured that where you are, you may lead to a certain direction rather than development. Check under goal 3. They are saying good health and well-being of the population, right? What brings socio-economic development? Isn't it good health and social well-being of the population? Are we investing in it? No. Yes, but little investment. What do we need to do as a country now? We must now rethink and structure our plans. I'm very happy. Whenever my colleagues are here, I am the head of planning and budgeting in Bushenyi district. I've interacted a lot with Doctor. I've interacted a lot with all these professors who are here. But we are lacking one thing. Let's invest in human capital development. And planners, my colleagues, I request you kindly, once you go back, emphasize all these cross-cutting issues. Recently, they were disseminating results showing how we have contributed to the development of NDP 3 development. You saw how we messed up. Reason? We are not emphasizing these issues. When we are in consultative meetings, we don't point out those issues. I request you kind members, emphasize, actually as a person, I normally go with 2 things. Quality education, because it is the quality of education, after getting good health and well-being, it is the quality of education that will lead to investment. Mine was a comment, and I appreciate you. My name is Dixon Bamusim. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Now, that is testimony from somebody from the front line. So we need that kind of commitment. And the question is, how do we move, as it was pointed out in the opening session, that this is not a theoretical construct. How do we move from concept to action on the ground? So next, Abel.
Thank you. Mr. Moderator. Mine goes to Betty about the demographic dividend. There was a good story, or there was good news about under 5 mortality and infant mortality, which are going down, but neonatal mortality was kind of persistently high. And Betty was very frank and said, we don't know what we are not doing. Experts indicate that it is very hard to survive in the first 1 month of life. In fact, it's even harder to survive in the first 1 week of life. And they go further to say that the causes of death at that stage are due to congenital anomalies. Some of these complications will have developed during gestation, during pregnancy, and by the time of birth, they are there, and these other interventions which bring down under 5 mortality may not work, like immunization, may not work for a kid who is just 7 days. So it has to speak to these complications, but they must be properly diagnosed during pregnancy. Things to do with the ultrasound equipment, imaging. So that needs to be in place. But as we know, much as we encourage mothers to report the nearest health center, the nearest might be a health center 1. There is probably no qualified gynecologist. There is probably no ultrasound equipment, and therefore some of these problems will not be dealt with. So as someone who works for government, what would you comment on the way forward towards bringing these diagnostic techniques to people or to mothers who are living in upcountry areas? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Abel. That is also an interesting and important angle. As we said at the beginning, we have to keep on asking, why have we not achieved what we set out to achieve? What can we do differently? Okay, so let's have now, yes, you and 2 and 3.
Yeah, thank you, Chair.
Yes, we start with 1, 2, and 3.
Yes, he started with me.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I really want to thank the 2 presenters that made a wonderful presentations. My issue, I want to start with Dr. Betty, Madam Betty. You presented the trend, population trend since 1950. But my thinking is that from 1950 to date, we have been having interventions, especially on family planning. But the trend of the population you have presented is vertically moving upward. How do you correlate with the intervention of family planning? I thought when we are having issues of family planning, the population would move, but slightly it's come down because of the intervention that we have, or the government is putting to address the population trend. Then there's this, when I looked at the theme linking demography to wealth creation. Indeed, the issue of wealth creation is a very interesting one. Like, for example, the minister talked about the Paris development model, which the government is a strategy of government to create wealth among the population. But the issue of mindset, Chairman, is a problem in the society. Me, I come from Agago district. I'm the district planner of Agago. I am one of the implementation team of Agago district PDM implementation team, the core team. When we disbursed money to the beneficiaries, the community, there we started seeing real problems in terms of implementation of PDM. Some of them went and bought smartphones with the money. They said that is changing their life already. When you have a smartphone, your life is already changing. Some of them went and bought shoes for the children, for themselves, looking good, eating good things. Now, that means the mindset, we have not addressed the issue of mindset. And indeed, that kind of problem affects the society, the population. The intended strategy of government is not achieving itself. We may not even realize the changes in the life of the people as we really intend to see because of the mindset. Secondly, there are these silent issues, Chairman, that has been there for a long time. Poverty in the community, in the population. In northern Uganda, poverty, according to statistics we got from UBOS here, in the previous year, it was 68. Now they have reduced to 58. I don't know how they removed the 10%. But it is a serious issue. If you move in the community, you move, and you will witness that in Uganda, we are still really having a serious problem with poverty. People are poor. Cecilia, people are poor. People are running mad. So that means the issue of demography, we need to take it very seriously. There is this problem of local government that I think all the planners can adequately understand what is demographic dividends. Only the planners in most districts, you can carry out the survey. We have been talking about this with our TPC. People are just starting sleeping. DD dividend. What? Even councillors are worst. So we really need to simplify this dividend so that people understand. We need to conceptualize it properly well so that we move as a team to achieve this linking of the DD to wealth creation. Thank you. That is my submission, Chairman. I'm called Richard Bomin from Agago.
Thank you very much, Roger. I have two requests to make before the next one comes in. The first request is when you are before you present your contribution, please reintroduce yourself, just as the planner did, although at the end. Then the second request is, please, let's be brief, because we are not doing well on time, so that we can squeeze in as many contributions as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. My name is Mokolosi Gideon. I'm the district planner of Dividennd. I have 3 issues. One will go to Dr. Chadondo. You've presented, and it is honest that we have a repeated results. Many surveys have been made, but has indicated that northern and eastern are the poorest. And when in your first presentation, you indicated that even at the fertility rate, it is Busoga, Karamoja, and northern. Now, my question is, what should be done differently to have these regions have a sound economic activities and a change of life for the people of northern and eastern, particularly Karamoja, Busoga, and those areas. Then 2, we have seen, now it goes to Dr. Martin, and I think also Dr. Chadondo will answer it. In his presentation, has indicated that factors for population growth are political implications and then also political considerations. Now, in Uganda and other places, there are 2 areas. Sometimes we want population to have votes, but also sometimes we want population to have the base. Now, which one should we take? Because we want to vote and then we want what? Market base. How should we maintain this quality of population we want? But to be clear, when should Uganda come up with a policy like when we are seeing China, one child or two child, so that we go with the human rights issues, that everybody should produce the way we want, but you need a policy, regulate the population. We are worried. You said by 2070 we may have a population of 200 something. But you recall our land is static, our natural resources are static. So what should be done? When are we seeing this policy? Particularly the population secretariat, who are in charge of this? When are you coming up with a policy, sell it to the executive, and we have a law over this? Maybe we can have something better. I submit.
Thank you so much. My name is Adule Kefa. I'm the district planner, Arua, district local government. Thank you so much for this presentation. I have learned a lot, especially from the national context. And so it has enabled me to reflect backwards to my district and region to clearly understand the issue, whether at strategic level our programming is responding to the local challenge. And so, considering this, first of all, allow me to request Dr. Betty to maybe, based on her experience on population growth since 1950s, the rate of growth kept on changing, oscillating between 2 and 3%. And at some point, if you look at like 30 years back, we seemed to be already responding well, where the population growth was almost coming down below 3%. What worked well that time? And what changed? Of course, in your introductory statement, you said, we as a country have moved through a lot. Considering that in context, maybe through your response. Yeah, so I'm trying to request, maybe there are some specifics, because that statement may be a very general one. So for us at programming level, what were they? Is it the war? Is it culture? Is it, because at some point when Dr. Martin presented why it was important for this country to understand demographic dividend, he highlighted a number of areas which, to me, are very useful. I am actually mentioning this just reflecting also on my little experience, which I got from an industrial country where I lived for 2 years, seeing how the population changed. Population dynamics, that is the country I'm referring to, is Japan. You look at their population structure is quite different from ours. The aged population who are above 60 years are over 40%. And responding at national level is quite also different from ours here. Now, there are programs that are reflecting on supporting the youth, in taking them into employment. But my other concern, as a second concern here, is the statistics that Minister shared with us here, where the youth who are not in education, not in employment, and not in trade, which was amounting to 1.3 million. And when you look at that figure, it's a very high figure. And for us at the frontline level, we see within our rural growth sprawling trading centers, youth just coming up regardless of these programs, hanging out in the trading center throughout the day without taking part in the national development. So how should we address some of these? I mean, if we are looking at localization, what are some of the approaches that you can guide us on? Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I think now we should give just one short round, and we give the presenters a chance to react. Professor, then Professor Mirembe, then 2 and 3. Oh, okay, those 4. Then the presenters will.
My name is Tumusime Enokolta.
So Professor will be next. Oh, go ahead.
Tumusime Enokolta, a master's student of Demography and Population Studies, Makerere University. Earlier on, the minister talked about industrial parks as one of the strategies the government is taking to harness the demographic dividend. But I do find that the issue of demography sometimes is neglected in planning for these industrial parks, and some policies are not considered by planners. For example, here there is a policy of local economic development, and in planning for industrial parks, I wish planners you would consider demographics around those areas that we expect to have industrial parks, so that the led policy, local economic development policy, which is derived from agriculture, Uganda is an agricultural country, where people can have their products added on value or value addition on locally produced goods around the industrial park, so that the demographics can be relevant towards the development of their local area. Not having industrial parks situated in an area and they are not in touch with the people around. You find an industrial park is here, but the users are people from China, are people from very far. Let the industrial parks, as we plan or as you plan, I know you have planners here, make sure that they are in touch with the people in the surrounding area, so that there is wealth creation. People can have where to sell, where to add value on their products from, and where to train to get skills from. These are centers of growth. They are growth poles. So let us treat them. Those who come from cities or proposed cities, please, as you plan for industrial parks, consider the issue of demography as very important. Let it not be neglected. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Professor Mirembe.
Thank you, Chair. I've been waiting for this so that I go away. Thank you for the opportunity. This is a very important meeting which we are having, because I'm not a demographer, but I have learned a little bit of demography by apprenticeship, and many other things I have learned. But I just want to say that I'm happy to also interact with the district people. Because when we sit, we talked about sirens. You sit in Makerere, you sit in a university, you do your things, and so on. But the people, with whatever we are doing, need to go to the last person in those communities. Whatever we are doing needs to go to the last person in the community. So I was just looking at what I know, and that is the death of the babies. And you know, why are babies dying? Not because they have congenital abnormalities. They die because the mothers don't get into a facility where there is a skilled provider who knows what to do. So you people out there, the women live there in your communities. What is your plan to reduce infant mortality, newborn death? Have you dissected? You know, you collect data at those levels, dissected, and see what is our key problem. how do we handle it? Let us not hear the, of course we should hear the national level statistics. But as she said, we need to locally plan for our own populations. Whether it is money, whether it is health, whether it is education, whether it is adolescent pregnancy. Who are these girls who are becoming pregnant? How are we tackling them? Are we talking that language whenever we get out to? You, the leaders, we are supposed to be the role models. That's why when I stood here, I said, but I'm an obstetrician. Because that's what makes me different from everybody else. So you planners, and whatever, you must be talking that what we are talking here. Every single day, when you stand up, whether in the church, whether whatever, talk about it. Because our people, we are talking about mind change. How do you change them? Unless you are talking to them. And you people who know them, me, if I went there, they would say, this woman who came, I don't know, from... Two, how are we involving the population that are affected? Where you are. You plan at that level. I don't know, you plan your things. I don't know how are you involving? Because these things, we must actually get it from down upwards. Those people should be not only recipients, but they should plan, they should implement, they should monitor what we are doing. So districts, me, I have never been in a district. I've lived in Makerere all my life, until I retired. But I have walked all the districts of Uganda. Chair, let me go, because when I start, I won't stop. But thank you very much, colleagues. Go talk. Awareness, people are not aware of these things. They don't know. Talk to them. When we are planning, educators to my household, when I'm in the garden, Chair, give me time. When you come to me when I'm digging and you say, how are the children? What is this? Have you thought? Because when you call out, say, in a group, I won't talk. Two, I fear Mrs. So-and-so, Mr. will hear me, I go for family planning. And yet, it is mine. So I should go. Thank you, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor. In fact, she's raising a very important point, which districts, local government staff have always been complaining about, the local level planning data. So how do we address that? Yes, you and then him last.
Yes, thank you. I'm Alfred Kato, a senior planner, Maracha. I just wanted to ask a question on the statistics got under UDHIS and the trends Dr. Betty was asking in relationship to the issue, why does it matter? I remember very well, but on the question of why does it matter, Mr. Martin said that we need to plan versing the age structure. So I was asking a question to myself. One time, Dr. Sekamate, you were teaching us about life cycle approach to planning, okay? When we are doing the situational analysis of the strategic plans of the district, we should use a life cycle approach to planning. But when National Planning Authority was giving us the instructions to use, it was a different approach of program-based approach. And yet, the advice we got here is that we should use life cycle approach. What are our intervention for 0 to 5? What are our intervention for the different age groups? Which was connecting to what Mr. Martin was saying, that the policymakers need to focus on the age structure to do a good transition. So I was wondering to myself, what is the relationship between the statistic being channeled out from your boss, NPC, versus National Planning Authority, and versus Ministry of Finance allocation to districts which are conditioned to certain direction, not focusing on the age structure? Thank you very much.
Yeah, that's a very good question. Somebody should answer it. And lastly, the question disappeared. Okay. Okay, let's have this last one.
Thank you very much, Prof, for giving me a leeway. My name is Gerard Koraneza. I work for Population and Social Development Institute. I needed Dr. Martin, who has really presented and has made a case on why actually demography is often neglected, and he points out the political considerations. Perhaps as a retired diplomat, as I have seen, we need to get lessons and through your experience. Because often in the country we see, like of course with the topic linking demography to wealth creation, we've already seen some government programs, some investments in this young population where the government actually enrolls, like dishes out money. Like for instance, if we are going to elections very soon, you're going to see some of these initiatives like parish development model. We're going to see some programs coming up. We had a Myoga fund, a Myoga money which was coming, it was being given to the youth. We have already seen the ghetto, these people who are living in slum areas that are being given money, but this money, they just eat it. This age group they are targeting, they are simply eating it. So we do not see the honesty in the giving out this money. We see only the primates of politics in it. So we want to see that really, we want to see wealth being created by giving out money to this population, the age, the young people who are vulnerable. We want to see them being really empowered, and through the district planners, they are planned, and these interventions, they are well designed, and we want to see the efficiency and effectiveness in these programs. So are there some lessons, perhaps you've moved, are there some lessons and experience that you can share with us? Probably we can get and we compare. I thank you.
Thank you. Finally, okay, behind him, he had his hand up. Oh, Alan.
Thank you, Doctor. My name is Adrian Sesang from Makerere University Center for Population and Applied Statistics. My concern in all these discussions we have is the involvement of the private sector. How we can tame the money appetite of the private sector. We have a lot of, hospitals charging exorbitantly for delivery of a child, as you may all be aware. There is this popular cesarean section, a C-section, which currently goes for not less than 2 million, so to speak, which may not be affordable to so many Ugandans. And here we are deliberating so seriously on issues that are actually going to be implemented by public health facilities that probably serve hardly 30% of the country's population. That even if they were to serve all of them, would still be a bit far from achieving the objective of, say, reducing infant mortality greatly. So as policy makers, probably we have a challenge, because these guys are after money. That's the fact. They will tell you openly that running a health facility is not a walk in the park. They need money to operate. And a number of them are being closed anyway because of operational costs. So how do we do this? And then how do we merge them? How do we get them interested in these issues of national importance, so to speak? Thank you.
I'm afraid, we are chasing time, and that's the much we can squeeze in. Now, let me give a chance to the presenters to react to whichever comments they feel they need to. So, starting with Dr. Chadondo.
Thank you very much, Chair. And do you hear me? Okay, good. And I appreciate all the comments, because they were the majority as well as the questions. The purpose of this seminar is for us to have this kind of interaction. We start identifying where gaps are. What is it that we are not doing probably quite well? Where are the investments? Where are the investments not? So that at the end of the third day, which is Thursday, we think together, the planners, the population scientists from the university, for us from the population program, with guidance of the WDA team, and come up with an action plan on harnessing the demographic dividend for this country. So I'm not going to go through the comments, as it were, but there were a few questions. Planner Busheng, you are really spot on. There are things that you're seeing there, just like Professor said, which we are probably not addressing. I'm not going to touch that. Survival in the early stages of life, that is very true. We lose more children in the first days of life. But I think what government has tried to do is to establish what we call intensive care units. But these are very few, because they are only in a few hospitals. But the good news is we are also seeing increased delivery at health facilities from the Demographic and Health Survey of 2022. I think we have seen this shooting up to 91%, and also skilled attendancy at birth has increased. So if the diagnosis can be made, and these babies or neonates can be attended to, probably that is the reason why there is that decline from 27 to 22. We hope to see more if we can shoot delivery at health facilities to 100%. But we also have delays. You know, there are 3 delays when women are pregnant and they need to seek care. They delay making decisions at home, waiting for the mothers-in-law to help out with the deliveries. There are delays in accessing the services, but there are also delays when they reach the health facilities. And those delays also contribute a lot to the outcome and the survival of the babies, although indirectly, because it is the mother who has delayed not to give birth. So we cannot underlook some of those delays in explaining the persistent neonatal mortality. But I entirely agree that the diagnosis is also important. The rest, Planner Gago, you are also spot on. There was no question. But you emphasized that this demographic dividend is not yet clear, and we need to do more communication. And who are we going to communicate to? I think you're the people best placed to have clear plans on how to increase awareness of the DD in the communities, but also to the decision makers at national level. We have a role to play as the National Population Council. There was a question from Gideon, what should be done differently to change the population dynamics that we are seeing, the regional disparities? And I think Professor answered that. When you're planning, what do you take into consideration? Someone also talked about the we should plan based on what is happening locally in the communities. We are supposed to have a bottom-up planning. We have National Planning Authority with us tomorrow. Is that happening? If it is not happening, why? So I'm just mentioning this because we are going to continue thinking together. We are going to have a plan at the end of this seminar that we are going to drive, and we've been encouraged that we should have this annually, and we assess progress of what we agreed on and what we have done and what we haven't done. This prescriptive policy, my teacher my teacher is right here. He's even assessing my performance, I'm sure. So that one, he'll help me out. Kefa also asked a question, but I don't think, Kefa, we have clear answers, because you kept asking, but also answering yourself. So I don't know where I should start and end. What worked, what changed, what didn't work. So maybe we can continue having that discussion. Professor Mirembe made very good proposals on what the district leaders, what the planners should do. Industrial parks, are they based on what is being produced locally? Let the planners tell us. And then the life cycle approach, I'll definitely leave that to Professor. This parish development model and money being dished out to the young people. I don't think the money being dished is within the plan. But yes, the parish development model, the MIOGA and everything else, let us dissect them. Given the experience of people that are locally based where this money is being issued, what is it that we can do to ensure that this money, when it is given out, it actually delivers on its purpose? Involvement of the private sector, I will request Director, because a study has been conducted under his leadership that shows how involving youth in private sector engagement for youth can help the country in harnessing the demographic dividend. So we have the results of that study, so I'll humbly request my Acting Director General to say something on that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Betty. Now, finally, Martin will give us his reactions.
Thank you very much. First, I was really impressed by all the statements and the questions, and so it is not possible to, let's say, give a response one by one. I will bring some of the issues together, and perhaps not in the order as the questions have been asked. I mean, one of the outstanding challenges, of course, is the reduction of poverty. And why is demography a good concept for this? It is not only because of specific data a good concept, but it puts the human beings in the center of the consideration. If you look, for instance, at economic data, GDP and so, you have much less the human beings in the center of your mind. And this is important. And it is then, in my view, important, as has been said, to have a strong focus on health and on education. Never forget, if you invest in education, a person develops something, gets skills, and this is usually something you never lose for the rest of your life. There was often a question how, or perhaps not very in a very explicit way, how will it develop here in Uganda? Will the population all the time grow, and so on? All empirical evidence show that societies make a same development, and I think Dr. Betty has outlined this in her graph. She didn't go, let's say, at the very end of this transition model where we would have a society like the Japanese, a very old society, but we have never had a society on the planet where it was different. And then in midst of this, there is a phase where a demographic dividend is possible when you have a lot of people in active life and when the part of the population being very old is not growing yet. And this is the time to use to prepare for the future. But my topic was not the demographic dividend. I was prudent not to enter too much in this topic. That will be addressed in another segment of the seminar. Then I entirely agree with Professor Mirembe. It is very important to work on the local level and to include local population. This refers also to the question to the industrial park. I think, and I will speak about this tomorrow, a policy that does not involve the beneficiaries, those for which the policy has been designed, will in most cases be a failure. People need to be involved. They need to be more than just recipients of something. This brings me to another question, if I understood it correctly, on the usefulness of, let's say, distributing money, food, and so on. This is, of course, a concept that is a concept of humanitarian aid. If you had a catastrophic event, a drought or whatever, I think then it is good just to distribute things, to help people to get back to their normal life. But it is certainly not something that will lead to an economic and social development and will help people to bring out of poverty for good. For this, there are other policy needed. And a last remark to the private sector. I'm here. I also studied once economy. I'm very much in the line of a traditional thinking. I mean, the business of business is business. You cannot expect from the private sector to do things the state should do in combating poverty, or the state should do in social services. But the private sector has an enormously important role by creating jobs, by producing goods and services, and therefore in that area the focus should be on good environment, creating a business-friendly environment so that there is investment there. People find it useful to invest money. I'm personally very skeptical with regard to all the schemes that try to give incentives and so on, and to some extent step out of the market forces. But this is, I admit, a rather conventional economic thinking. So with this I will leave it, but I was really impressed about the question, and there is a lot of substance we could ponder on, that maybe one or the other of those elements will be a subject of further study for next time. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much, our presenters. Please, a round of applause to our presenters. And then to you, the audience, you have been a great audience, as the presenters have acknowledged. You know, these were very quality reactions and questions. A round of applause to you, the participants. Thank you very much. If you insist, okay, a round of applause for the chair. Okay, now I think the presenter, or rather the organizers around, I want to hand back to the organizers. And sorry for the late finish of the session.
Thank you so much, my professor and your team, for a wonderful session. And I'll ask these members to gather their energies and give them a thunderous hand clap. That one is an indicator that actually people are hungry. Yes, because I know if you happen to be coming from where I come from, the energies would be much higher. Yeah, but anyhow, thank you so much, members, for a wonderful session. And it is now time for lunch. We have coupons that are going to be given out as you go out. And the lunch is going to be served on -2. There are people who are familiar with this venue. They should be able to guide you down. And we want to give ourselves exactly 1 hour. 1 hour from now, let us gather for a very wonderful afternoon session. Otherwise, thank you so much. See you later. Members, let us all go for lunch so that we are able to lock the place and secure your property. I want to be the last person to step out of this hall and be sure your property is safe. But if you have money, you can keep it with me. If you do not give it, Good afternoon, members. Good afternoon. I realize there is a wonderful time for each one of us to catch up. I want to thank you so much for that spirit and welcome you back from lunch. I think we are good to start on the next session, and this session is going to be chaired by Dr. John Mushomi from Makerere University. He is a man I have known for some time, and I want to invite him to come and take his seat as the chair of the session. And the session is going to be looking at demographic transition around the world, considering African countries, but particularly looking at Uganda. And we shall have a second presentation, which is on the concept of demographic dividend, interesting ourselves with how it works and what are the prerequisites for us to harness Uganda's demographic dividend. And because this is after lunch, I will ask that we take note of the questions and concerns that may arise as the president. Later, we shall have a discussion. John Mushomi, please take your seat and invite your panel.
Thank you very much, John. My senior John stood between you and your lunch. I would like to commit in advance that I'm not going to stand between you and your evening tea. I would like to begin with telling you a story. And the story I would like to share with you is I don't want to assume that all of us know about this seminar. Some of us might have not attended the last seminar. And the story I want to tell you is the story of our presenters, not my own story. So bear with me. I'll be introducing one by one. There are only two. It is not a story, long story. And they will be coming and taking up the podium. Thank you very much. I'd like to tell you about Dr. Hans Groth, a friend I have known today, not a long time. Dr. Hans Groth is a medical doctor, as you may be aware. He's an expert on global demographic change and its implications for society and economy. He's a chairman and chairman of the board for demographics and aging. He is also a president of the Academia Engelberg Foundation. He, interestingly, for the last about 8 or so years, worked with Pfizer. If you know COVID, you can identify with that word. He did this job until 2012. He's also a guest lecturer at the University of St. Gallen, Switzerland. And his current demographic remit, or current contribution to scholarship that I know, since I got to know him, is a book he wrote with his longtime friend, John May, and on In Search of the Demographic Dividend for Africa. So the organizers of this conference have not called us by mistake and have not selected each of you to attend by mistake. This is a man who is going to be speaking to us in the next few minutes. Doctor, come and take your seat. Thank you very much. The amazing knowledge I know about my friend that I've known today, Butchman Manuel, is that he is a bicycle racer and a strong climber, if you didn't know. He's currently working on different perspectives, but he is, interestingly, a financial demographer. The beauty about demography is that it has different tribes. So he belongs to the clan and the tribe of financial demographers. His current scientific remit for 2023 currently is on financial demography, and he assessed how population aging affects financial markets. So if you are into saving, bonds, securities, talk to me and I will talk to him and he will give me some money. He has also worked on the effect of demographic change on the Swiss labor market, and he particularly talks about his work talked about the role of participation rates. Do not forget that he is a climber and he's a bicycle racer. Sir, your chair is yours. My simple role is to join you in listening to these great gentlemen. I will be asking that I'm permitted after this to join the listeners because I'm interested very keenly in the topics they are covering. Two areas I'm looking around is Hans will be looking at demographic transition around the world. He will zoom into Africa and he comes home to Uganda. My friend will take it up from there and begin asking how does it work and what is it? I know that we have different perspectives about demographic dividend. Others have called it a demographic bonus. Others have called it a demographic gift and all that. And we will not, as demographers, get tired of telling you what this thing means. I am happy that we are beginning to expand the clan of demography. Long ago, I can see my old friends, but 3/4 are new faces. I think for me, that's a great progress. And we want to thank the members who have accepted to come and speak to us. With a few introduction, I am sure we are in for a good treat, and I welcome each of you. I'm going to begin with Dr. Hans to take the podium and take us through that. I thank you.
Must bring my words, my message to you in a more attractive way, so to keep you awake, because a little bit sleepy is normal after lunch. As we have heard this morning, basically what unites here is understanding population dynamics, number one, and then making the leap how populations drive economies and growth. That's the overall span which unites us, where we want to learn more, and finally as well find ideas to take actions and deliver. My presentation in the next 20 minutes will be on the term demographic transition, and I will present or address this to you in 3 chapters. Number 1, I will give you a global overview, because demography is all over the world. Then we will go to your region, to the East African community, and it's a huge community with a population size just nearly as the US. Don't forget this. And then, how can Uganda, develop, position itself in this competition or in this area of transition? Let me give you an overview about the world in the 21st century. And you see on this slide the continents. And you will also see that Africa in the 21st century is prominent. Africa in the 21st century will drive the global demographic change or the population growth. We were used to know that Asia is the source or the home of the most people, with countries like India and China. But you see here as well, this will change in the near future, and by the end of the century, the continent with the most populations are very close, number 2, Africa. And this has not been the case maybe in 1950. So within 150 years, Africa in terms of population grew from a very small continent in terms of population to a continent which will have more than 4 billion people, which is about 40% of the global population will live on just this single continent. This is the starting point in which we have to understand Africa, in which we have as well to understand Uganda, and on which we have to build action plans for the future. So let me give you a demographic transition overview with a global perspective. And as we have heard this morning already, we have global demographic transition everywhere. But transition is everywhere different. And I would like to explain this to you. There is no uniform pattern of transition. Even in Uganda, there are differences. And before you understand demography and the mechanisms and the moods of transition, it is as well important to understand, to accept demography is key. But demography is not everything, and there are as well many other megatrends which determine the future of nations, their prosperity or their development. And some of them are the impact of natural resources and climate, or the impact of global competition, the future of health, the challenges of megacities, the future of modern IT or digitalization, and finally as well the capability to run a country effectively. But today, and this is where I'm coming from, I would like to talk with you about demographic change and its different or differing patterns. And to make out of demography a success story, you have to think in an intersective way with all the other megatrends, because demography is not a recipe or a destiny of its own. It's part of more. And demography will only make a difference if you interact with the other trends in a productive way. And these intersections, these intersecting areas, we have to understand and to collaborate with, and the ones who understand this, they will be the winners. However, this is extremely complex, demanding, and most of us, including myself, we can build on experience on this. So we have to adapt, to develop new knowledge, to interact, perform, and achieve in complex systems. And we do this from the perspective of demography, because as Martin de Hinden mentioned in the morning, if you look at demographic figures, we are quite sure where we will be in 10, 15 or 20 years. That's the only security we have, but we have to do this in complex matters. Now let's start in the shifting patterns of population growth across the globe. Population development on the various continents is differing, and has different dynamics. The only continent on this globe which will express in the coming 10, 20, 30 years above average or strong growth will be Africa. You will see that even countries which are the leading countries right now on this globe, China and India, they will no longer grow. They were the sources of growth in the past, but in the future, Africa will be the source of growth. And the same is true for the rich world. The rich world like North America or Europe. in terms of population size, they are not increasing. They are declining as well. So we have a division of population dynamics with two patterns, declining and increasing. And guess who will increase and guess who will decrease. And to really understand the opportunities arising from demography and population change, you have to understand the shift in the relevant population groups. And in demography, we divide populations in 3 categories. You can use other categories as well, but then this would expand the list of my slides. So we decided I divide population in 3 categories, which is usual conventional wisdom in demographic research. The youth, the working, and the retired ones. And now let me start with the young ones, those between 0 to 19, those who are at the beginning of their life, those who will learn and receive education and benefit from education. And you see an interesting pattern if you compare Africa, Asia, and Europe and North America, again these 3 continents. The only continent where in the future the young will continue to grow is Africa. Asia has reached a level and will decline. And you might have heard of declining China, and India will follow sooner or later as well. And then Europe and North America, they are already, since 2000, on a path of declining. That's different patterns need different policies, very clear. So you cannot perform in Africa with European policies. Now let's have a look at those who are working or who could potentially work. They are the harbor of human capital in principle, if they are educated and have real work. So what is the resource human beings, working beings, across the 3 areas? Again, Africa will in future be the main source, particularly if you look at the increase of people who are capable to work. In Asia it will flat, and these are only the numbers till 2040. And I took this on purpose because even more important is look at Europe and North America. The workforce are definitely not growing. They will definitely shrink. And it comes even more differing across the continents if you look about the behavior of retirees. And these are those above 65. And the number of retirees, because of the young nations you have in Africa, is not for the next 15 years of the primary point of agenda, because there are not many, and if only a few increase, you might have in percentage a significant increase, but the numbers, the absolute numbers, are still low. What is important to see, the enormous aging in Asia and the ongoing aging in Europe and North America. Aging in Asia is new and unprecedented. It goes in the billions, and in Europe and North America it already started 20 years ago. So the world performs different, and what does this mean? To summarize in 2 sentences and to make a conclusion, I can state as follows. The working age populations concentrate in the developing world, which is mainly Africa. The 65 or retiree populations concentrate in the developed world, which is in the northern hemisphere. This is mainly driven by Europe and North America. And when I ask myself, what does it mean? There will be a very easy answer. The answer is, if it comes to plans, if it comes to actions, if it comes to policies to build on plans, I can state actions must be different because the demographic circumstances are different. You cannot plan for something which you do not have. You have to plan for what you have. This is the world. So you are in a world where which is per definition a young world, a world with a huge amount, and not no huge, but a growing amount of people to work. And if you develop them or educate them and create jobs, you have human capital in excess, I would say, or in abundance, which is a huge potential for developing wealth and prosperity. If jobs are there, if education is giving. Now, I do not want to go into Africa, but I would like to go into the East African community. This is the area you live in, where you as well have some political aspirations to build closer links to each other. If you see here the population for the next 20 years in the East African community countries like Uganda, Burundi, Congo, Kenya, Rwanda, South Sudan, and Tanzania, you see something very unique. And populations will grow everywhere, but more or less the workforce in this region will, in the next 15 years, I can say, more or less double everywhere. And I do not want to go in detail with the very young ones or the elderly ones, but you can see on this slide the number of elderlies are really not shaping the demographic composition of countries at the moment, but you see a very prominence of working people, which is nearly 60% of the people in each nation can be able to work. And then we will later hear from Manuel what is the power or the prerequisites of the demographic dividend. And he will tell you, and once more repeat, the dividend will only come if you reduce temporarily, as a one-time effect, the burden of transfer. What do I mean by this? If the responsibility for the numbers who are dependent is declining. And this is expressed by the dependency ratio. And you see that as of today, the dependency ratio is very high in all African countries because of the many young people and the few elderlies. But the good thing is, if you look for the next 20 years, this dependency ratio will go down. It will go significantly, and it's now the huge plan. That's why basically we gather here to make action that we capture the opportunities. So Africa, the East African region is in an area or in a phase of huge opportunity for developing prosperity. And Uganda is one of these countries. Let me just talk about 3 prerequisites that this will happen. One is the fertility. A key is for further reducing the dependency ratios is that in future the birth rates go down. And what you see here, the birth rates in the region compared to developed countries. And you see as well here that Uganda, in this number I have 4.5, doesn't matter the exact numbers, at the moment we still have too high fertility rates to really make the demographic dividend powerful. And you can also see that in other regions, for whatever reason, this is lower. But the aspiration must be to work on this. The aspiration must be to work on this through measures of family planning, I would say. To understand demographic transition and to prepare for a productive workforce is the change in life expectancy. What I can demonstrate here for the East African community, you have made in the past 12 years enormous progress in terms of the span you live compared to other areas in the world. The mortality levels have gone significant, and you have gained in just, for example, in Uganda, in just 12 years or 10 years, 4 years in life expectancy. So something is going on. So, and this is in the right direction. And with healthy people, you can work. In healthy people, you can invest. And healthy people can be productive. And then you have, as well as part of the mega trend demographic change, you have another transition. You have the transition that you will have increasingly bigger cities with new living conditions and as well new ways of doing business and industrialization. And in your region, you will certainly, you have Dar es Salaam as by far the biggest city, but you will have as well a huge city like Nairobi, but as well Kampala will be a leading city in the years to come. By 2030, or today, Kampala has the size of the city of Berlin, and by 2030, in 8 years or in 7 years, you will have the size of Singapore. So this is a real city which as well needs a lot of preparation and creates opportunities for progress, etc., etc. So you are very well on the path with improving your health. You know the challenge with the fertility, and I have addressed the upcoming actions to be taken to make out of your urbanization the best in terms to wealth creation. This is for the future of the region. So you live within Uganda in a region, if I come or discuss this from the perspective of democracy, with enormous opportunities and chances for progress and opportunities to create wealth if proper actions and policies are implemented. Let me give you some few words about your country, the country of Uganda. And once again, the main title of my presentation is Demographic Transition. And with this slide, I would like to really re-emphasize the very special phase of demographic transition you are at the moment and which opportunities you are arising from. In Uganda, and this is for the time frame 2012 and 2014, but if I would do this for 2020 to 2010 or something, would be the different. Your population is growing with young generations, And this is the opportunity to make out the most human capital capacity of this change. So the opportunities are there, though they have to be untapped. The country where I'm coming from is totally different. We are a nursing home. In our country, only the elderly grows. And the big difference between Switzerland and Uganda is, if I go on Sunday to church in Uganda, I'm an exception because I'm the oldest. If I go on Sunday to church in Switzerland, I'm the youngest. Most of them come in the wheelchair, but I've never seen somebody in Uganda in church on Sunday coming in wheelchair. They have tons of young people, young families, and children. It's different, and this is expressed on this slide as well. So this slide should document you need policies, actions tailored to your demographic transition stage. And this is different to what is happening in my country. And this transition in Uganda is not static. You are dynamic. And as we have heard in the morning, you are right now at stage 2 of demographic transition. This is the phase where mortality goes down and fertility starts, hopefully, to decline. And this is as well expressed in Uganda 20, Uganda 2020, and Uganda 24. What you can see that the proportion of very young people, maybe beyond 10 or 15 or 20, is slightly decreasing, but the majority of people in the future will be in the age from 20 to 40, and this is where the human capital potential is. So you are moving in a direction where the opportunities for growth are there, but you have to harvest them. And this is why we have the second seminar, and hopefully share our action plans on our third meeting. If I summarize this, I think I have convinced you Uganda's demography is dynamic. It is very dynamic. At the moment, as I speak here, Uganda is the 31st country in terms of population in the world. You are one of the fastest growing ones because of the still high fertility. And in addition, as a hint for economic opportunity, you are a really young nation. And based on this, what does it have an impact on Uganda in the future? In Uganda in 17 years or Uganda 2040? Uganda 2040 will be no longer the 31st country. It will be the 22nd country in the world. And just, maybe 22 doesn't mean for you nothing, anything. But if you are in 2040 the 22nd largest country in the world, you will be larger than the UK. Can you imagine? You will be larger than South Africa, and you will be larger than old France. So you are playing nearly in the top 20s of the world, and you can make a huge contribution to growth opportunities and development actions in the world. And I just give you just as a view in the future the new world order and the role of Uganda. And right now we are 31. 2040, 22nd, I shared with you. And this is not the end of the story. Your role will become even more prominent in the future, in the 21st century, as well as many other countries, African countries like Nigeria, Congo, Ethiopia, Egypt, or Tanzania. Which countries, African countries, which were back in 1950 not on the top 20 list. So your role and responsibility in the global community of nations will be different and more responsible. So, having drawn a picture about the future role of Uganda, the final question is now, what has to be done? What has to be done in Uganda? It's needless to say, you need a very strong roadmap to manage these expectations, to manage these opportunities. And elements of this roadmap are a vision on how to create wealth and prosperity. You need knowledge what's going on in your society, what's going on in your population, and you have deeply to understand what is behind the demographic dividend concept. And Manuel will repeat and explain this once more. And the key element of the demographic dividend concept to make it a success is the simple statement, employment is king. If you manage this, you are beyond king. And to make this happen, to develop the right action plan and to implement and execute them, you need policies. And this is a wide range of policies which must interact with each other, must be integrated in each other, and they must be, assembly of right actions. And they include family planning, education, employment, and most important, formal employment, fair wages, investment starting with infrastructure, and a spirit to develop, and a society who wants. I call it social consensus. And let me make a final comment to the question of population size and fertility size. I'm not saying that managing fertility is everything, but I pretend to state without managing a fertility development in the future, our aspirations will be futile. And what you can see here is a very strong correlation between wealth development in the case of Kenya, Rwanda, and Uganda, demonstrating that with declining birth rates, the chances and opportunities to create higher per capita income are increasing. So fertility management is part of the way to capture the dividend. I'm not saying it's everything, but it's part of the element. Having said this, I would like to summarize with my demographic excursion after lunch with you. And I really observed you, quite a few were sleeping, not very much. So the messages, at least you followed them and you got inspired, which is the purpose. And I would like to summarize with 2 sentences. The demography issue we are talking about today is just like gravity. It's just like Lake Victoria. It's just there. It will not go away. It's just there. And there's a second very important statement. You cannot expect from me that I tell you how to plan demography. This will not be possible. It's difficult to plan demography, but Uganda, as well as any other nation, you can prepare to capture or to learn to manage demography and its opportunity. And in this case, it is out of your abundant labor force today and in future. And in addressing this, to capture the opportunities of your young population with the right policies, we are on the way to make Uganda 2040 a reality. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I am sure that his presentation was worthy of his name that I presented to you. The spirit is telling me that organizers, everyone here is expecting you to share with us these presentations. I hope I am led. I can see every head saying like this. I would like to, before I ask Emmanuel to talk about the dividend, allow me to use the advantage of holding the mic. 2 points of take from Hans' presentation. Thank you. It was well prepared. His presentation was futuristic, where from medical personnel, not very relational. They work alone. They don't like to work with different sectors, apart from a few bold ones like my friend Dr. Betty Chadondo and my friend Dr. Musinga. Doctors really stay in hospitals. They don't like to work with environment, population, people, and all that. His first point was very great, and for me it was my take home, secting. And that is where the world is going. If you're going to think about it, we can no longer afford to work in silos. Contribute towards this. And for me, this is a very mega take home from his presentation. I do look forward. I haven't known who is in the room, but I hope we have people from culture, from education, from environment, from different departments, not population studies. Otherwise, if we were to do an assessment, we might be speaking to each other, just the same clan, same friends, just talking to each other and hoping to achieve nothing if we don't intersect. For me, my second take home is that he has spoken to us. He has already introduced the next speaker's presentation. I haven't looked at it, but I want to assume, I want to also think that he will end with telling us the following points. One, a dividend is nothing but a development planning framework, paradigm, but also it is about people, their characteristics and opportunities, and should simply be a planning guiding framework if countries are to delve and benefit from their demographic dividend in the future. I want to introduce ask the next speaker to take the podium, and all eyes and ears are yours, and I want to encourage you to keep awake. In the next 40 minutes, I will let you go pick your children from school.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm very honored to have the opportunity to speak to you about this very important topic for you and your country, demographic dividend, concept and prerequisites. In this presentation, I want to introduce the theoretical framework behind the demographic dividend, but I also want to show, just as Samuel this morning noticed in his introductory remarks, that the DD is not only a theoretical concept, but it also has real-world implications. I want to talk about what is necessary to make this reality, make this theoretical concept a reality, to harness the demographic dividend. Start with a simple definition. This is one of many definitions by Vincent Turpin. It says an economic surplus resulting from a relative increase of the employed working age population as compared to the dependents, in particular the young U15 dependents. You may notice I highlighted here employed working age population. This is something that's often disregarded in these definitions. Often talk about just reducing fertility, there's many more workers and everything else is automatic, but we also need to employ this population. And I will talk about why and how this all works together. This is a very striking example of the demographic dividend working. The real world implications of a demographic dividend. What you see here on the left is the city of Seoul, South Korea in 1961, before the demographic dividend started. Basically a large slum with small industrial areas in the center here, but not much happening. And of course, on the right side, Seoul today, one of the most modern and rich cities in the whole world. This is the potential of the demographic dividend. South Korea is one of the countries that made it work. One of the prime examples of what can happen if we realize the potential of demographic dividend. To come back to Uganda, Uganda has a vision, the Vision 2040. A transformed Ugandan society from a peasant to a modern and prosperous country within 30 years. So basically, in one picture, this is the vision. What is stated as a goal in this vision is to achieve a GDP per capita by 2040 of $9,500. What is needed to achieve this is an annual growth of roughly 13%. Now, these are just numbers, they are hard to grasp. So I want to show again the examples, some examples of where it worked and where these economies started, where they ended after the demographic dividend, after a 20-year time span, and what average growth these economies managed to succeed at. These are prime examples. The so-called Asian tigers, these are 4 countries that started growing rapidly in the 70s and in the 80s. These countries are South Korea, Singapore, Taiwan, and Hong Kong. And basically, today we talk about the demographic dividend because of these countries. These countries managed to translate basically the same starting position in terms of demography as Uganda has today into a rapid growth, rapid economic growth, and they benefited from each other, growing each other. So you see, for example, South Korea started the GDP of 324. Uganda today is about $800 to $900. In 20 years, they reached 8,000. It's a 17% average growth rate. So South Korea started at about less than half the GDP of Uganda and managed to reach the goal of Uganda's Vision 2040. Anyway, Singapore started a bit earlier, also 14% growth rate. By 1992, Singapore reached a GDP per capita of $16,000. Taiwan went from 500 to 10,000. That's an average growth rate of 16%. Hong Kong, similar to Singapore, 1,300 to almost 18,000. These are the Asian tigers. Then we have the so-called tiger cubs. These are the countries in Asia that also had the demographic dividend, that didn't grow as rapidly as the Asian tigers, but they benefited from the Asian tigers growing. All of these countries here, Indonesia, Malaysia, Philippines, Thailand, Vietnam, managed to have a slower but very sustained growth rate and a very strong export-oriented economy. Why do I highlight export-oriented? Because they benefited from each other's economies growing. They managed to export to each other. You see, for example, Indonesia started roughly where Uganda is today and reached today a GDP of 4,200, 9% growth rate. All of these economies are still growing and have been growing even before this stage here. But this is an example of other countries benefiting from huge growth of the main growing countries on a continent or in a region. Now the East African community. You notice I talked about the Asian tigers and tiger cubs. Now in Africa I talk about the African lions. Will the East African community become the African lions? We don't know yet, but the potential is there. This is what happened in the last 20 years. I highlight, for example, Uganda started the GDP per capita of 239. In 2021 reached 858. 7% growth rate. I also want to highlight the difference that it makes to have a slightly larger growth rate on average in terms of GDP per capita. If we, for example, look at Kenya, who started a bit higher than Uganda, true, had a 1% higher growth rate, and today is a GDP per capita of 2,000. Also, you might note South Sudan is missing. South Sudan was not a country in 2001, so we cannot draw the same comparisons. But there is a lot of potential. Now the question is, what do we have to do to reap this potential, to make Uganda an African lion? In theory, there are 3 prerequisites to capture the demographic dividend. This is what's written in the textbooks. It says demography, total fertility rate should be below 3.5. Betty mentioned this morning that the most recent survey showed a total fertility rate of 5.2, so we are still some way off this number of 3.5, but slowly getting there. And a demographic dependency ratio of less than 0.6. Hans mentioned this earlier. It is forecasted that we reach this around 2040 in Uganda. Then the second point, employment. Again, I note that the demographic dividends signifies a surplus of employed versus dependent, not just working age versus dependent. The key is to translate this potential workforce into economic growth by employing the workforce. And third, education. I really want to stress this, an educated workforce is essential, and I will go more into detail about why I think this is so important to harness the demographic dividend. This is the map of how the demographic dividend works. It looks a bit complicated. I will go through this point by point with you. The starting point is a large workforce with a low dependency ratio. This is what we all know. Reducing fertility leads to larger workforce with fewer young dependents. What does it mean to have fewer young dependents? It means that there is more money left to consume, to spend on consumption for the workers. It also means that there is more money left to spend in human capital investment. In education for these fewer young, means we can educate them better, either privately or by straight state transfers. But if there are fewer dependents, more money can be spent per person to educate them. What it also means to have a large workforce is cheap labor. This is at the starting point of the demographic dividend. All of these three components leads to a growing economy. Why? Because there is more demand due to the higher consumption. There is cheap labor to produce this, and the workforce becomes more and more educated as there is more human capital invested. So this leads to a growing economy, larger enterprises, larger private sector, leads to a growth of employment. If there's more employment, there's a growth of per capita income. And then this is the key part here. It doesn't end there, but this higher per capita income feeds right back into more consumption. It feeds right back into more human capital investment. And at this point, it becomes a self-reinforcing cycle. And this is a demographic dividend, this self-reinforcement. The growth of middle class that is well educated, that consumes a lot, that stimulates demand in the economy, leads to a further growing economy. This is the key, this self-reinforcing process. This I mentioned. If there's a low demographic dependency ratio, then this becomes true, the first step. Higher consumption, cheap labor, human capital investment. What do we need to make these arrows here hold up? We need a developed labor market. So this growth of the economy needs to go hand in hand with growth of employment. We need to employ these workers. If we do not employ them, the whole cycle breaks down here, and there is no demographic dividend. Even if there are many young people, if they are not employed, this arrow is also important here. Because if this arrow does not happen, if this growing employment does not lead to a growth in per capita income, there will be no feedback and no self-reinforcing cycle. This means that the workers also need to be paid fair wages, need to be paid good wages. This can happen, one, through labor market policy, but also happens on its own through human capital investment. Workers are better educated, they will also earn higher wages. So only if all of these 3 points, demography, labor market, and education, work together, we have a demographic dividend. And this is very important to understand, because often we only talk about this, which is really, really important. If this does not happen, for example, due to a failure in family planning, or whatever reason, If this doesn't happen, the whole thing does never start. This is the prerequisite number one, but it's not enough. We have to prepare today to make all the other arrows also connect. And then what will happen? Once this cycle runs a few times, cheap labor is not there anymore and it's not needed anymore. Everyone is paid fair wages, there's a growing middle class, there is no more cheap labor needed, everyone will benefit from wealth creation in the country. For example, what's happening in China, what has happened in China. China used to be known as a low-wage country. Everyone used to produce cheaply in China. Today, not the case anymore. Companies have moved away from China. Production is happening in other countries now. China is now a very high-skilled production economy. The chairperson introduced my main area of research right now earlier, the research area of financial demography. I want to only briefly talk about this because there are some areas in this research that are very relevant to Uganda. And I think it's not obvious, but I want to make a few points and you will understand what I mean. Hans mentioned this earlier. In Europe, or in the developed world in general, what's happening right now is an unprecedented increase in the share of retired. This means these retired, to have a pension, to receive their pension payments, they rely on a high return on capital. So on high interest rates, on high return on their invested capital. On the other hand, population aging also means there are labor shortages and high wages in our part of the world. We don't have enough workers. Exactly the opposite of what's happening here. And return on capital is low. So we have high wages, but our invested capital does not produce a high return. And in Uganda, we have the opposite. We have too much labor. There's too much labor in Uganda, which means there are low wages. And there's a big challenge how to employ Uganda's population. To employ Uganda's population, there is some physical capital necessary. There's investment necessary to develop the economy. And this also means that capital that is invested here in Uganda has a much higher return than capital invested in the developed world. So what we came up in our research is this simple graphic. What should happen? What should happen is that the old countries such as Switzerland, who don't have enough labor but too much capital, should invest their capital in the young countries, which are missing the capital and have too much labor. Realize the high returns that are needed to fund our pensions and develop this country, help the country develop, harness its demographic dividend. What I want to say with this is the rich countries are looking for places to invest in. They are looking for good investment opportunities. This is not happening at a large scale right now because there are many insecurities, high risks involved, but it is something where demographic trends are pointing towards this will happen more in the future, and there will be more pressure to invest in the developing world, in the young world. Of course, what Uganda needs to do here is to improve investor confidence, to be the country that attracts this capital from abroad. How does it do that? Through economic growth, through stability and security, development of the financial sector, and growth of human capital, an educated workforce. And I want to highlight this again because this serves many purposes. This human capital development, it's extremely important because Swiss enterprises really want to invest where there are educated workers that make good use of that capital, that can produce exactly what is needed. So they will invest there, in these countries where the workforce is educated. Uganda, in general, as a country, has many advantages. Uganda has a very young population, a rapidly growing workforce. Uganda has a favorable climate, an abundance of natural resources and water will become more important in the future. There's large untapped potential here for tourism and trade. And there are possibilities for infrastructure development at reasonable costs because of favorable geology. Can Uganda become the African lion or one of the African lions? To summarize the implications for Uganda, Uganda needs, first of all, a further decreasing demographic dependency ratio, so family planning. Second, Uganda needs to employ its population through one, domestic entrepreneurship, but also through capital from abroad. So it also needs to become a more attractive destination for investments from abroad. And three, Uganda needs to educate its population. Needs to grow its human capital, needs to develop the opportunity to have fair wages in the economy. So let's let the lion roar. I mentioned now some big topics, big areas, and I think in the following 2 days we will have much opportunity to talk about exactly how Uganda can become the next African lion or one of the African lions in this rapidly growing region of the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I missed an opportunity to see whether anyone was sleeping, but since I didn't sleep, I would like to assume everyone did not. Thank you very much for well-researched and well-articulated presentations, as it were. I'll pick my 3 lessons and I will open it up. And I would like to open it up particularly to begin with the young 25 years. I'd like you to be the first person to ask a question or to comment in the spirit of a dividend for Uganda. What I've just picked is that he started from hands stopped, that employment is king, and you wouldn't have passed it on to another person but economic or financial geographer, and he has done just to it. My takeaway was when I looked at the Seoul city in South Korea, I was only looking for environment where there's a tree. I do hope that as we get a lot of income and be wealthy, we don't forget to cut all the trees and keep the environment. As it were, I've understood from his presentation that is one thing to have high income, but doesn't mean that you're wealthy. So I think wealth is more encompassing. The social perspective, environmental perspective, the financial perspective, and we couldn't have chosen a better topic than this. I hope on the panel we will have in the future an environmental demographer as well to bring their side of view, and the social demographer as it were. I also hope that we will check consumption patterns and behavior. His presentation was very clear. And I also note that he has demonstrated very well the meaning of, the actual meaning of what it takes, that he ends with policy, social policy, not just economic policy, which I think for me spoke well to wealth creation. Without much ado, I hope that my first submission is already prepared. May I now take the next 20-25 minutes to get comments and responses. I will be handing over. Yes, I see those beautiful hands, but you are not a female, and you are not less than 30 years. I see the handsome hand. I'm looking for a female below 30. Thank you very much. Please come.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. My name is Fatana Verina Ambita. Once again, I'm a student at Chambogo University, pursuing a bachelor's degree in demography and reproductive health. This afternoon, I actually don't have a lot of issues, but this seminar, actually this afternoon session, has made me realize a lot of issues. According to what Mr. Hans presented, he was discussing issues to do with aging and other things, dependence ratios. But again, what I realized, he was comparing African countries, Asian countries, and then the European countries. So what I've realized that as Ugandans or African countries, we are having more of a young population and a high dependence burden, which is true. But if at all there is concerted investment in skills through maybe education, we shall see that this cohort that is 0 to 19, 24 to 29 is bulging in the middle, and that's where our future is. So I recommend policymakers who are here, we can make concerted investment in skills. Then the other issue I've realized that though we are having a young population, to me I see as something good. Because if you're to check the dependence issues and what, the Asian countries, the European countries are going to have a reverse dependence burden. A dependence burden that is more in the older people than us. So if we are to invest more in our young people, we can really benefit in the future. Thank you so much for the presentation.
Thank you very much. We would have missed that if I didn't insist. The next one I would like to invite before I go, General, if your workstation is not Kampala and your workstation is a local government, please raise up your hand. The line the way it is. You will be the next. And
I was not a young lady when I put up my hand. I'm happy that you are selecting me. My name is Dennis Busobozi. I'm the district planner Chegegwa, and I want to really thank the presenters. You have hit the nail where it deserves. Now, my issue is on the effects of the population dynamics that Uganda is experiencing because of the neighboring countries. Take an example of Democratic Republic of Congo, Rwanda, Burundi, which are really pushing in refugees into our country. And they come in at the time when we have not planned for them. They come in because of the other exogenous factors, like insecurity. And for Chegego in particular, we have a settlement called Chaka 2. And out of the total population of around 140,000 refugees there, 81% are women and children. Women and children women who are very old, basically, plus around 10% of the aged were men. So you have something like 8% of the that population that works, and which is not even skilled. What am I trying to say? That we are getting somehow, somewhere, around 5% or 45% of our total population is coming from other countries. And it's a burden to the country. And looking at the way things are, these people come with high fertility, high dependency syndrome. For example, one of my health facilities in Chegegwa, called in terms of medicine, because you model, you are looking food is not enough. Local government is providing through the local communities, and it is increasing to produce. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you very much for that comment. Yes, please go ahead. I would like to ensure we reduce submission time to have.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I am already up, my friend.
Let him speak since he has a yellow microphone.
Yes, yes, yellow. Thank you, Chair. I want to appreciate the two presenters for the presentation and the research they have done. My first appeal is that let us share this presentation. Let us agree that we are going to get this time the presentation. All we have given our email addresses to the secretary. So ensure we get these things. Two, I have liked the factors that Uganda should consider when they want to reap from the demographic dividends. One of them is the fair wages. Fair wages. But I want to tell you, if this seminar, you should have invited some member of parliament to be here. Next time when we are planning, don't leave them. Because these are very critical policy issues, like the issue of wages in Uganda. I think Uganda is the only country in East Africa without the proper wage laws. I have not heard any wage bill that has been moved in parliament. But in Kenya, these workers, the private workers that are employed in the private firms, they are very well protected. You can't fire them anytime you want. Even those who are working in the factory, they are protected because there is a law that protects them, called the wage law, or the wage bill passed by parliament. But here, you can hire these students, you fire them anytime you want. You fire them without even any issues. Even in government, those who work in government. You have heard about salary disparities. Salary, somebody earning up to 150 million shilling. One is earning only 1.2 million shilling. What do you do with that money? That huge money there, 150 per month. You only one brain. Earning 150 million. A money equivalent to we can construct 2 hospitals, health center 2. So that is already a dangerous thing that we really need to think as a country if we want to harness this demographics dividend. Then there is this thing of owning land. It did not come very well. If you talk about high consumption, then the labor market, I thought you would come talk about also production. But then, in Uganda, the land is not fairly distributed. Like in northern Uganda, I come from northern Uganda, Chair. There's a place called Amoro, and people bought land. You find somebody with 2,000 to 5,000 acres of land. One human site without land. They don't have anywhere to sleep. They don't have anywhere to cultivate. We should really come and rationalize how land should be owned in this country. I think those are the issues that we need to, next time when we are organizing this thing, this seminar here, let us bring the policy makers here, the member of parliament, the chairperson, standing committee of parliament. We discuss this thing together and they go back to parliament, try to bring this thing into light. These are my submission. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I'll hear from you. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I am Atwere Innocent, the district planner, Kanungu. Mr. Manuel raised an issue on as an opportunity for Uganda for investment, having a lot of workforce, having very many people who are able to give out to be employed, the population structure that we have in Uganda. But my thinking is treating an investment as a return on investment based on underpaying people does not address issues of population and growth to its own people. They are not able to do well-being and eventually affect the population dynamics. And also only the in investment, you don't only look at one asset of in terms of capital investments. There are other issues which are not yet developed, like the interest on capital is still very high in Uganda. Issues of infrastructure, access to issues like electricity, water, all those ones which affect issues of development of industries may need to be looked at into the rising on the availability of labor. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will take a question from this last side before I go back this side. Yes, thank you. Go ahead.
My name is Osaro Idea. I'm glad to be here on the invitation of World Demographic Aging Forum, Switzerland. Since the mega trend driving demographic transition is intersecting with changing age structure based on fertility and mortality to create demographic dividend. Looking at the ratio presented by Hans, 4.5% what we recommended for Uganda in order to increase workforce for Uganda to generate higher demographic dividend.
Thank you very much. I would like to allow the presenters to have an essay on what has been shared. I know some are good comments for government to take note, but in case you would like to respond to it, I'll begin with you, Hans, and I'll end with Manuel, and I'll do another.
The final goal where we gather here is to capture the dividend. And evidence from research and evidence from the Asian country clearly demonstrates that in the midterm the dividend will come in action by some prerequisites. And one is the goal to reach within reasonable time a fertility rate of 3.5 through whatever measures. And when I looked or listened to the presentation this morning from Betty, she highlighted the numbers from Uganda, and then she as well shared with you who delivers babies in this country. And if just calculated, but please correct me if I'm wrong, about 25% of the birth coming every year are from young girls, or 20%. So if I take, for example, 4.5 and then minus 20%, then I have 3.5. In other words, I would really think about carefully is what can we do in a joint effort to postpone the pregnancy, because this is one of them, for me, according to her tables, one of the greatest leverage factors, and changing or adopting fertility, I can easily tell this, it will not work as easy in a liberal state. We are not, I think we are not discussing the Chinese model where the government decides how many children you have. So, but the focus through education to postpone pregnancy or marriage, I could imagine this could be a very effective way, which is as well compatible with the values of a society and the culture, because you cannot tell the people, no, you cannot have babies, But the effect by postponing, particularly in the case of Uganda, can be significant. And I'm not saying we need 3.5, but it should go into the direction. You know, there's some movement. And that's really my practical recommendation. And it has been argued in the morning, we should have action here, not discussion or theories, and working together on a model which is compliant to your culture, which is incorporated in your culture. That's the way. And I could imagine, I would like to discuss what are the resistances, potential resistance to postpone marriage. Is this possible? Or what can we do?
Thank you. First, I want to follow up briefly the point of Hans with another argument. If we look at the data, there's a very strong correlation or negative correlation between the education level and fertility, particularly the education level of women. So if young women are educated, they on average have a much, much lower fertility, have fewer children, and also have later children because they generally go to work if they are educated. So this just as a short follow-up because it links very well with the general argument of focusing on education. I have some brief comments to the very good points that were made from the audience as well. First, the young female student. The expression reverse dependence budget that we have in Europe, I think that's a very good expression. And it's very true that Uganda can benefit from this. One important point that has been raised that I wasn't aware of so far is the point of immigration, of movement across borders. Let me tell you this as someone from Switzerland, which is a country which has a huge history in migration. More than 30% of our population is not Swiss. And this immigration is one of the main reasons why this country has grown so much. It is really holding together our labor market. The country would be shrinking already without immigration. But there's a lot of potential to be reaped here. And the key point is really integration here. How do we integrate these migrants? And this needs to be a focus point for policy. Really should be time spent on how to integrate these cross-border migrants, particularly looking at development in the East African community. There will be more cross-border movement in the future, I'm sure of that. And there can be benefits for all sides. Then, of course, we are very happy to share our presentations. I'm sure Betty will send them to you. I was not aware that Uganda is the only country without wage laws. This is a very interesting point. And first of all, let me say that I agree that there needs to be worker protection rights. It is very important to grow the income of a future middle class. It is also a very complex topic because the more worker rights there are, the worse is the environment for business. The less attractive it becomes to start a business here. So there needs to be some balance. This is also something that needs to be taken care of when discussing this with Parliament, of course. But I fully agree there need to be labor protection rights in Uganda as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that response. I think Uganda is learning from Switzerland, having 1.5 million refugees so far. They don't just come with twins only, they also come with brains, capital, employability, and might be an opportunity to explore for development in a way. So maybe we can change our view as a district. You might be one of the greatest districts having harnessed the potentials that come with our friends from other countries. I'd like to now allow anyone who would like to ask a question to just stand and ask a question before I conclude.
Thank you very much. I just want, I have one issue. When you were presenting, you brought out some issues to do with if Uganda, that Uganda has some resources that it needs to tap in order to develop. You brought out those abundant resources. You even went ahead and said that in order for the government like Uganda to develop, it must get capital from abroad, right? It was among the last slides. We understand Uganda is one of the beneficiaries of ODA, Official Development Assistance. At the same time, you know the burden if the country borrows a lot of money from abroad. We have been borrowing. You know the percentage where we are. And now at the same time in your research you are saying that if the country develops like Uganda, it must get funds from abroad. I just want your explanation a bit on that. We already see that Uganda, we are facing challenges because of the burden of borrowing from abroad. We are saying that we have been getting official development assistance, but there is no work done. Please, I would request if you can help me and explain that.
Thank you so much. Once again, I'm Tumusime Enokolta. Today, Uganda is striving to become a middle-income country. And following the footsteps of the Asian tigers, I do find that these countries, the population in these countries, moved from low productivity activities to high productivity economic activities. That is, moving from agriculture mainly to manufacturing and services. But here in Uganda, I do find that we still have, actually we are predominantly agriculture, most people are doing it, and the instant shift following these Asian tigers to manufacturing and industry, I find it a challenge. How can we move to this middle income status following the footsteps of Asian tigers within the agricultural setting only as the rural economy, and slowly adopting manufacturing and service sector, because they do not accommodate so many people at the moment, so that the demographic gift can be real a gift. Thank you.
Dr. Nzabona, I will allow you to ask a question, and the popcorn method of asking questions will end. I will go for arms again. Please.
Thank you. My comment goes to the presentation made by Dr. Manuel. A good presentation it was. I want to say that the demographic dividend has been discussed widely by the 7 East African countries, and there have been some efforts towards achieving it, but as we speak now, we have not seen an East African lion. In fact, the term East African lion may be a misnomer. Probably they are East African foxes, because and they are in the same range, much as some have higher GDP, but generally they are in the same range. It's like comparing short men. One might be taller, but at the end of the day they are all short. So the question is, looking at the Asian tigers and the Asian cubs, what can be the practical lessons to draw from them so that we can begin moving forward? Because we have been trying all things in East Africa, those 7 countries, We talk about retooling, reskilling. This is happening in most of those countries. But when we come on the ground, we do not see enough evidence which would say that we are on the way towards becoming cabs and figures. Thank you very much. I wish I would get a comment on that one. Thank you.
These previous three questions were heavy. Can I allow that Manuel and Hans respond to the Fox's things? And I'll begin from you who has a yellow microphone.
This is yellow. Okay. Thank you. I'm Ronald Valigea, District Planner Mayuge. Thank you so much for the presentation. I want to start by saying that demographic dividend has worked for the Asian tigers. But when I look back to my district, demographic dividend is working in the opposite direction. How? By definition, we are supposed to see more people get engaged in working. That's demographic dividend. In my district, it's the other way around. You find the adult people just engaging in rudo, sitting in the towns, thing. It is in my district where we take vocational skills as for people who are fools, those who have failed to go to the university. Yet I'm aware that skilling was the core with the Asian tigers. You see where I'm driving to? The demographic dividend is not working in my district. Mayuge. I had people asking which question. Mayuge, I mean which district? This is Mayuge. Now, I think practically, we must do things in a different way other than the Asian tigers, the way they have done it. I think I'm going to use the word, maybe we need coercion, that people must be driven to work, people must be guided, because if they are left with a lot of freedom, they end up not doing what they should do. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll allow responses to this before I come to another last round of questions.
Okay, I'll take over the responses. I think all questions were regarding me. Let me start from the beginning. There was a question about Uganda being the beneficiary of assistance, of much borrowing, and how is more capital the solution? And I believe there is a misunderstanding in what I mean with capital. I don't mean aid payments from the developed world. I don't mean borrowed money. What I mean is physical capital investment, investment in infrastructure, investment in companies, cooperations between Ugandans and Western enterprises. This is the kind of capital that is needed, not aid payments, not just money that may or may not arrive where it's intended, but really cooperations that help develop the economy and that help create jobs. I think this is extremely important. Then there was the question about how can we follow in the footsteps of the Asian tigers. I believe one key here is to not only rely on natural resources and not only sell natural resources, but also to produce something with them. Maybe dry the fruit or make juice, I don't know, but do something with these resources that you have a lot of, which will also create jobs, which will help develop the whole economy. The East African foxes. I think it's important to understand that East Africa is now only at the beginning of this window for demographic dividend. Even the country that is furthest along this demographic transition, which is Kenya in East Africa, is only now at the beginning of the demographic dividend window. Uganda is still, in best case, maybe 10 years away from where it really starts happening, where the magic is supposed to happen. So it is important to prepare now to set the foundations for this development. Also, why is this happening so slowly? And the answer is fertility. Fertility is not going down as fast as it was in Asia. In Asia, fertility was going down rapidly to about between 2 and 3 children per woman in very few years. This is not happening in East Africa right now. That's why it's taking longer. And it also may mean that it's not as strong an effect. But it can happen, and something will happen. It might not be as wild as it was in Southeast Asia, but the potential is definitely there. In particular, the potential of cooperation, because this is happening in all of these countries at the same time. The foundation has been set by this development of the East African community, and I think it is important to further develop this cooperation.
Yes. I think I like the idea with the fox and the lion. And speaking in animals, if you look at the lifespan of a lion is not born as a huge animal. A lion starts as a baby lion, and then if he's well treated, has good food, he will grow. Only then he can hunt. And that's, I think, with the demographic dividend, if we associate this with the lion, the dividend is not just there. We have to work on this, we have to develop it and to grow it. So it's a cycle. And as Manuel already said, if you look at the academic or economic figures, right now Uganda, if it has a line, it's at the moment a small line, but let's gather and take action that the line is growing. I hope we have compromise on this.
I would like to end with two more questions. One is from me for Hans, and another one is given to a female. The rest are going to be conversations around tea, because the organizers have begun warning me that people have started sleeping. Hans, you presented very wonderful statistics about looking to the future in terms of the percentage of the employable age. Would you prescribe, in terms of the future policy, would you prescribe Uganda and most African countries coming out and promoting sending their labor abroad as a matter of policy? Yes.
That's a very good question, and honestly we discussed this, and the answer for me is yes and no. And for a country like Uganda to make the leap into a modern industrial or a digital organization, you need a mixture of people who are either trained, excellently trained in this country, in addition who have the opportunity to learn abroad and then return. So if this happens, I think that's the way to go. The big challenge is that if Uganda people in foreign countries are very successful, maybe they still have the tie and the will to come back and to make here even greater things. But I think it's a mixture of both, and we as well thought of northern countries, to reallocate education here, train people here for products to be used in maybe in Europe or something like this. But at the end of the day, we have to agree to new standards of education and better education.
Yes, go ahead, please.
Thank you so much, the presenters. My name is Doreen Chapere. I am a population scientist. I can see my lecturers here. And I'm also a communication specialist. Dr. Hans has talked about the demographic dividend being a baby lion. And this made me reflect on what we can do as the young people in this room, even outside who are watching us online. There are self-training opportunities for us where we can acquire more skills outside the university and what we get in class. And also development partners have put in place innovation hubs such as the NSSF High Innovator Program. It's giving $20,000 in funding for businesses of the youth. There is the UNFPA Accelerate program with Outbox, which is also supporting startups to end teenage pregnancy. If we can harness these kind of innovations, we can also create, we can put a block on this, we can feed this baby lion that is growing up. There are also emerging careers that are outside the conventional careers we've always had. All of us knew that after school, the population scientists would come here and work either at UBOS or work in NPC. But there are careers like content creation, digital marketing, software development that we are taking advantage of, and we are no longer dependent. So I would challenge my fellow demographers in the room, take on those opportunities. You can also end the burden of dependency in your own way, because honestly at 26 you shouldn't be depending on anyone. Yes, that is all I had.
Thank you very much. Unfortunately, I have to be the bad guy, not to allow any more hands. If we can pick one thing from this room, assuming we forget everything, remember that in Switzerland, Hans at his church, he is in the youth group. He is the youngest. And on a Sunday, he is in the youth group. And I think for me, that should be a message we should take if we had forget everything. But I'd like to give Hans and Manuel a second for their parting shots. And I will clap hands in thanking you for the well-prepared presentation. So before you go, kindly give your 1 second parting shots that you would as we leave the podium. Yes.
Okay. I hope this was day one, and I hope we attracted you with some inspiring thoughts on which you can build your action in the district. And this is basically the objective. And if you ask me what I have learned today, and you have to judge and decide if this is true. And I would summarize this in 4 statements. Today we talked about demography of Uganda. And yes, the trends are there. You're a very young organization, a very young state, very young country. And we have clear ideas about the future in the next 20, 30 years. And Betty has drawn the picture for the next 20 years for you today, and this is the basis for the Agenda 2040. But it will be an agenda driven by young people. It's a very, very young society, and as I've shared with you, one of the youngest in the world, which is not in the case from the country I'm coming from. And number 2 is we have to understand this. We have to find how this finding fits into the whole concept of demography, demographic trends, and demographic realities, or in other words, what type of population do you have? And it's again a different one, a dynamic one, driven by young people. And based on this, any action and policy has to be based on. And then in the second part in the afternoon, we talked about the concept of the demographic dividend, which is a concept based on a special situation on population composition. And this will be the first time you will enter this, and you will only enter in this combination or this constellation one time in your entire state life. And we have to understand this, and it's not one-to-one identical as in maybe in Taiwan or in Korea or whatever country. It's the Uganda way, and we are here to understand or to capitalize on the Uganda way. And although I know this is very, very sensitive if you discuss this across an entire society, is the question of fertility. And from all what I learned today, once again, a key recipe where I think it could work is to reflect that young families, reassess the life cycle of their desires for children. I'm not against children, but it's a question when. And if we optimize the question when, we made a huge leap forward. But I'm not, a promoter of fertility. To capture the dividend, there are other things as well. And this is health, and then education. And then if I say education, it's quality in education. And let me speak as a medical doctor once again. I visited some outpatient clinics in Kasese area district. You have a totally different disease spectrum here than we have in Switzerland. And I remember from medical school when I saw a case of malaria, and I saw now after 40 years, not only one, I saw, every second diagnosis in the hospital there is malaria. If something happens in Switzerland with such a case, you will hear at 8 o'clock in the news for one case. So you have improved, and you do this, and the success is tremendous. Can be achieved and remains a challenge, but health is key as well for labor force productivity and to succeed in education. So again, it's the interconnectivity between major trends. And having said this, I really look forward that we continue with a deeper dive tomorrow.
Thank you very much. Hans' submission reminds me of me booking my colleague a hotel from the US, and he woke me up at 3 that he had seen a cockroach. And that was very annoying. Yeah. But I don't know whether, Manuel, you have one parting shot from this session. Otherwise, it was nice doing short business with you.
I will be very brief. I think everyone is ready for tea now. I just want to summarize today. I think everyone learned a lot. I'm very sure, I hope we have been able to teach you something as well. And I'm looking forward to tomorrow when we from Switzerland will become the students again, because we will learn what is happening in Uganda, what is Uganda doing in terms of the demographic dividend, and what are open areas that we still can work on. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. A round of applause, and that was the end of our session. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you so much, Dr. John Mushomi and your team for taking us through this session. I think you deserve a better hand clap. Yeah, I should say congratulations upon completing day 1 of our seminar. I know it has been quite engaging, but thank you so much for keeping alive and lively. The chairperson of the previous session communicated that people are ready for tea. Unfortunately, tea is not ready for you. And so the team organizing it needs about 5 minutes. And I want to use this opportunity to thank you so much for honoring our invitation and coming to be part of this. Tomorrow, we plan to start early. We are not going to be having a minister who will be delayed by other businesses. So we expect that we shall plan our time early and be here by maybe 8:45, so that from 9 we start serious business. The importance of starting early is that we shall release you early. Those of us who work from the districts possibly know that one of the disgusting things around Kampala is jam. And so we wouldn't want you to go back unhappy. So in order to keep you happy, we have planned that if we come early, by